will be a challenge. Typically, the way they argue is that oil is a global market and we export crude, so we're actually competing with the Saudi Aramcos and the Gazproms of the world, and not just with the pioneers and EOGs.
So are we going to, I mean, if I'm an energy investment banker in Houston, am I just ripping up the phone here, calling everybody I can, my Rolodex, trying to get some deals done?
Well, you're calling 4 companies primarily. You're calling ConocoPhillips, you're calling Chevron, you're calling Occidental, and maybe you're calling EOG Resources, and you're saying, who do you want?
Right.
And then perhaps you're calling all the private equity players and be like, hey, we need to get together and create a better, larger player, or else we're going to be taken up by larger players.
What about BP and Shell? Where are they in the Permian Basin?
So Shell sold their acreage to ConocoPhillips, so they're no longer in the Permian Basin, and they really have moved away from shale. BP had bought BHP Billiton's shale portfolio. They haven't been very aggressive in the Permian, and it's kind of a question mark because they changed their CEO after Bern Looney was forced to resign a couple of months ago.
All right, we got WTI crude oil, $84 a barrel here. It did, spike up Monday, 4 or 5% on the news coming out of Israel. What's the feeling now when you talk to the energy folks about just kind of the geopolitics of that part of the world and what it really means for global supply, I guess?
Well, the fear is Iran. What happens with Iran is this war going to escalate to that part of the world, and if it does, how will it impact the oil flows and also the exports of crude?
How much is Iran, I guess, producer, exporter?
They produce around 3 million barrels a day, and they export just north of 1.2 million barrels a day. So it's about 1% of the world consumption in exports. It's not that significant, except that supply is relatively tight. Again, as we said, our fear is on the demand side, and that we think could be the bigger driver. But if Iran does go into war, wars consume a lot of fuel, consume a lot of oil, so that could shift the narrative entirely.
But it's fungible. So we could be okay as long as we hold Canada and Mexico as allies.
Exactly. Exactly. And we could also, we have other allies, including in the UK and Norway, that produce a fair amount of crude, and Brazil and others that can help fill our needs.
By the way, I saw a pipeline had been damaged between Finland and Estonia today. Did you see that?
Yes.
And apparently, at one point, this is a young pipeline. It's only 3 years old. Nonetheless, Finland gets almost all of their gas through this pipeline.
I mean, Europe is in a very comfortable place with natural gas inventories. The issue is if there are disruptions in movements, because their diesel inventories are very low, and that's the backup to the natural gas. And obviously, they closed a lot of nuclear plants over the past year in Belgium and Germany. If there is a disruption, especially in the Strait of Hormuz between Qatar and Iran, where we get a lot of the natural gas shipments to Western Europe, that leaves them in a very precarious position if we have a normal to cold winter.
Got to put LNG terminals in over there.
Yeah, and can you put, what is the LNG situation over in Europe? Can't we just, I thought you can build them pretty quickly.
Well, they didn't want to build them back when Dan Brouillette was over there.
But that's to regasify. We need the gas first, and Qatar and Iran share the largest gas field in the world, the North Field, and Qatar is the largest producer of LNG in the world.
Interesting. Man, it all comes back to
There's a big gas field in the Netherlands, but they decided to shut it down.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. All right, Fernando, thanks so much for joining us. Fernando Valle, he's our senior global energy guy for Bloomberg Intelligence, and it's as much politics as it is anything else when you're talking, global oil.
Yeah,
I mean, and gas. I forget about natural gas, but that's kind of important as well. And as we think about Europe going into the wintertime, they did well last year, probably better than expected.
Because of the warm winter.
Exactly. So the question is, how about this winter? So again, global politics, geopolitics, all impacting the global energy markets. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Amy Morris has got world and national news.
All right, thank you, Paul. Israel has formed a rare emergency government with the opposition to help see the country through its war with Hamas. Hamas says the power is out in the Gaza Strip after its only power plant stalled and Israel cut fuel supplies to the territory. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration hasn't ruled out new sanctions against Iran, but no decisions have been made. Yellen says the U.S. focus is currently on the humanitarian aspects of the crisis.
firmly behind Israel and are there to support Israel in any way that's necessary. And while we're monitoring potential economic impacts from the crisis, I'm not really thinking of that as a major likely driver of the global economic outlook.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking at the annual meetings for the IMF and World Bank. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is traveling to Israel this week to meet with senior leaders there. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says he's bringing a message of solidarity and support.
Our support for Israel is unwavering, and the Secretary looks forward to meeting with senior leaders in the Israeli government and continuing the discussions he and the President have been having with them since the initial attacks on Saturday.
A State Department spokesman Matthew Miller there saying Secretary Blinken will be talking with Israeli leaders about how the U.S. can continue to best support them. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky made a surprise visit to NATO headquarters to attend a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. That's a forum of dozens of nations organized by U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, where Zelensky renewed his call for more weapons to help protect Ukrainian cities through the coming winter. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. Traders pretty much shrugging off a better than estimated inflation reading to focus on less hawkish comments from Federal Reserve speakers. The tech mega caps, they're outperforming right now, while ExxonMobil leading losses in energy shares after agreeing to shell out lots of money for Pioneer Natural Resources. As investors wait for more inflation data tomorrow in the form of the CPI, Ella Hoxha at Newton Investment says, it's possible the Fed could raise its inflation target.
Markets think in this cycle the Fed may not get to where it needs to control inflation, so there is some assumption they will allow a little bit more inflation that's been typically the norm, say, over the last 10 plus years. Very hard to say at this juncture. It's going to depend really how risky assets behave if indeed we do enter more of a recessionary period next year.
Well, dialysis providers DaVita and Baxter International look tumbling after Novo Nordisk said its blockbuster Ozempic medication showed effectiveness surprisingly early in a kidney failure trial. Right now, the S&P 500 5 points higher. We're at 4363. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 63 points. The NASDAQ 100 up 62 points. And this Bloomberg Business Flash has been brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers charges margin loan rates from 5.83 to 6.83%. Rate subject to change. Learn more at ibkr.com/compare. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Well, if investors didn't have enough to worry about and manage in terms of cross currents, in terms of economic outlook, inflation, interest rates, geopolitics is front and center once again, first in Ukraine and now in Israel. Let's see how some of these professionals kind of put that into their calculus. Kara Murphy joins us. She's the CIO at Kestra Investment Management. Kara, thanks so much for joining us via Zoom here. Talk to us about kind of, like the rest of us, we woke up over the weekend and saw the terrible news coming out of Israel. As a professional investor, how does that factor into your calculus, if at all?
It's interesting. I've been a chief investment officer for a long time, and I've given a lot of presentations on our, global market outlook. And there's usually always a slide at the end of the deck that says risks. And there's always a line item there that says geopolitical risks. And exactly which risks are sort of simmering under the surface might change over time. But there's always a possibility of some sort of conflagration around the world. And typically, like often when we see a geopolitical event outside the U.S., the main transmission mechanism by which it starts to affect global markets is through oil, right? So we saw this particularly in Ukraine when Russia invaded, now conflict in the Middle East. And so I think that's the biggest immediate concern in terms of the impact on the U.S. economy. And so far, markets have really been largely shrugging it off. Now, if this continues to be, a big focus and continues on for a long time, really starts to affect the supply of oil, that then will drive the price of oil up, which then will complicate matters for the Fed here at home. The other piece of it, of course, is military funding, where now we have the U.S. government helping to fund war in Ukraine and now war in Israel. And that does cost money. It is, a commitment that the U.S. has made, but will start to hurt the U.S. budget in some way at the same time when the budget is already under pressure. And we have discord in Washington. So it's sort of the layering of these risks that starts to become an issue.
I wonder to what extent the drop in yields is a reaction to the Middle East, or is it a reaction to the Fed speak that we've heard over the last couple of days?
I still think that the U.S. markets are being driven more by the Fed than by what's happening outside the U.S. The Fed has been such a focus over the last couple of years, and they've done a great job so far in being able to bring down inflation. But this last mile for them to go on inflation is still really, really important in how long interest rates remain high. And the longer interest rates remain high, the tougher it's going to be for the economy to muddle through.
All right, so Kara, let's switch gears a little bit, focus on another data point for this market to kind of digest, and that is earnings, corporate earnings really kicking off in earnest Friday with some of the big banks. What are you looking for this quarter from corporate America?
So the big banks, it's always really helpful that they go kind of early in the earnings season because they do have a really great view kind of across the country in terms of what's happening in both the corporate sector and the consumer sector. So what we'll be looking for is particularly on the credit side. Are we starting to see evidence that companies and individuals are feeling the pinch of higher interest rates? I think the answer is yes. So the question remains, how much are they really feeling the pinch and how much should we be worried about it? Banks are going to have to start increasing credit reserves in anticipation of that, growing pinch. So I think that'll be a really helpful view of what's happening on the ground. The other piece that we're going to have to look out for are consumer shopping habits. We've started to hear little anecdotes from retailers come through that, again, consumers are starting to feel the pinch a little bit, but hearing about the on-the-ground behavior and expectations, particularly heading into the very crucial holiday shopping season, will give us a good sense of how consumers are feeling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as I just saw a chart from Torsten Slok this morning that movie viewership has dropped dramatically.
In theaters?
In theaters. Yep. But maybe that's just a result of there not being a lot of great movies. We just had Barbenheimer, and I just want to see
you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything until the
Taylor
holidays.
Swift movie's coming.
Taylor Swift movie's coming.
True.
I thought we were all going to see that together.
There's huge impact there, right? Yep. What, Kara, what areas of the market do you like in terms of the risk assets that we have on offer here? What are the sectors you like?
Yeah, so this has been a really tough year for anybody with a diversified portfolio, because if you didn't own something in the big seven, you significantly lagged what you saw happening in the broad market. That said, we still think that the leadership is going to start to change, and where it's no longer just going to be the big seven or the magnificent seven, whatever you want to call them. So we're looking to go down cap a little bit. It doesn't mean you have to be in micro cap names, but sort of outside the market a little bit more outside the U.S. And then on the credit side, again, because of this increasing pinch of higher interest rates, we would be cautious, particularly in things like high yield, where a lot of these companies are going to be hurt by a continuation of higher interest rates. And then spreads are at such a place where you're not really being paid to take on that extra risk.
On the equity side, Kara, how do you feel about valuation here? I guess there's two ways to look at it. One, just kind of looking at the broad S&P, and you could make an argument that fairly fully valued, if not a little bit on the expensive side. But if you take out some of the big cap names, which have had such big runs, whether it's 6 or 7 names, maybe it looks a little bit better. How do you think about it?
Yeah, it's really interesting because there's not one single story across the market. And even if you look at it just by sector, technology is really the only sector that's trading at a significant premium to its 10-year historical average. Even consumer discretionary, which at first glance looks a little expensive, is actually trading right in line with its historical average. And then you have something like energy, where valuations are half their historical average. So there are certainly areas of the market that don't look overstretched. And then even on a broad basis, we're more expensive than average, but not extremely so. And that tends to not be a great indicator of what direction the market is going next.
By the way, I'm looking at one of the stories that's popping up is, when clients click on our Bloomberg stories a lot, I have an alert, so I see what they're watching. Right now, Ozempic shows kidney promise in bloated dialysis firm. That's a big story, and I talked to the PepsiCo CFO yesterday. His view on Ozempic, whether it's hurting Pepsi sales, he says not yet. Walmart says GLP-1 users are buying fewer calories, which is I think, pretty cool thing in itself that they can even track that. But what do you think about this move? It's like AI Junior, right? GLP-1s.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, like I've read the reports, all those ones that you mentioned, and Ozempic and other drugs like it seem to be the wonder drug, right? They cause us to eat less, they cause us to lose weight, have a healthier heart, and now a healthier kidney. So let's all say that having healthier Americans and healthier people around the world is a good thing. Then the question is, how do you actually invest alongside it? And you mentioned some of the soft drink companies. Those guys have been under pressure for a very long time because of growing healthier habits of Americans. So this isn't necessarily new. It just sort of accelerates many trends that have already been in place.
All right, Kara, thank you so much for joining us. As always, appreciate getting your thoughts. Kara Murphy, she is the Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management. Appreciate getting her thoughts here as we go into kicking off Friday, big-time earnings with some of the big banks, and we'll get a good read across a large part of the economy. So we will see that on Friday. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Exxon has agreed to buy Pioneer Natural Resources for nearly $60 billion. Now, it's the world's largest corporate takeover this year and Exxon's biggest acquisition since merging with Mobil in 1999. Exxon CEO Darren Woods and Pioneer's chief Scott Sheffield spoke earlier with Bloomberg's Alex Steele. And Woods explained how the deal will help bringing in more supply.
There's a lot of things that we've been working on that are in the field today, producing better results. And then we've got a lot of technologies that are in the pipeline or just now being deployed that we haven't seen the benefits of, but we anticipate good things. And so we can bring all that to the top tier resources that Pioneer has, and I think improve the recovery beyond what either company could do in isolation.
Now, Sheffield announced that he will retire at the end of the year. Exxon shares right now, they're down about 4%. Pioneer is up about nearly 1%. And while the United Auto Workers strike against Detroit's Big Three gets ready to hit the week four mark this Friday, some good news for GM. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti explains.
General Motors reached a contract agreement with striking workers in Canada about 13 hours after the walkout began at 3 Ontario plants. The union called Unifor said the 3-year deal matched what Ford agreed to last month.
Now, that deal still has to be ratified by some 4,300 workers. Shares of GM right now, they're down just a fraction. And Stellantis and Samsung have locked in a new site for a second battery manufacturing facility in the U.S. The plant in Kokomo, Indiana, is expected to begin production in early 2027 and will create 1,400 new jobs. Stellantis right now is up about 3%. Samsung up about 2%. I'm Lisa Mateo.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, looking at the S&P right here, up about 0.2%. The Nasdaq's up about 0.5%, and in the yield space, we've got the 10-year Treasury. It's up 15.30 seconds, pushing that yield down to 4.59%. The 2-year, 4.99%. In WTI crude oil, it's off 2.5%, giving up some of the gains from earlier in the week. Now, about just under $84 per barrel for WTI crude oil. And the VIX below 17 at 16.4. Right now, with our news in New York City, Amy Mars, down in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Paul. There are more concerns now about a wider war in Israel that may be building with the fight against Hamas now in its 5th day. Israel continues to pound targets in Gaza with airstrikes to the south. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says it's entering the fray now with rocket attacks to the north. We are joined now by Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv. Now, earlier he talked about what an escalating situation in the north could mean for Israel.
The current Israeli Defense Forces is in a very, very angry mood. This country feels like its existence is at stake. It feels like what happened on Saturday is a reminiscent of the worst things that have ever happened in Jewish history. And it will be as unforgiving as imaginable if Hezbollah does get involved. So it means, I think, that southern Lebanon and Beirut would suffer terribly.
Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration has not ruled out new sanctions against Iran in relation to renewed conflict in the Middle East. No decisions have been made on this yet. Speaking to reporters at the annual meetings for the IMF and World Bank, Yellen says she still sees a soft landing for the U.S. economy.
I'm not saying that a soft landing is an absolutely sure thing, but I do continue to think it's the most likely path. But are there risks to this outcome? Of course there are, and global shocks are among them.
Treasury Secretary Yellen also gave her strongest backing yet for an EU plan to impose a windfall tax on profits generated by frozen Russian sovereign assets. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Matt.
All right, Amy Mars, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt, just remembering and looking here at the Birkenstock, they priced their IPO at $46 last night, kind of a midpoint of the range. It has not opened for trading yet, but indicating 46 to 48, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Did you see Birkenstock CEO's outfit on the New York Stock Exchange today?
Kind of cash?
I mean, I'm cool with
Sandals?
casual, but he had like 5 buttons undone. He was showing a little cleavage there, and big beard.
Yeah.
Unkempt beard.
That's
like
right.
beyond the brawny guy and approaching Grizzly Adams.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Cleavage and beard, they don't go together in my head.
I think they go together for Birkenstock. No, that's kind of on brand.
Yeah, it was on brand. It was a cool look, I think,
right.
for a Birkenstock.
All right, 46.48 is the indication right here. Disney raising prices at its theme parks. Walt Disney is raising ticket prices at its Disneyland Resort by up to 9% and lifting annual pass prices at Walt Disney World by as much as 10%. So listen to this. At Disneyland in Anaheim, California, a single ticket on the most popular days, such as holidays, is increasing by 8.4% to $194
What?
per ticket. Man, that is brutal.
What?
But I'll tell you,
No, wait a second.
Yes.
$194 to get in?
On the most popular days, like holidays. But you can't go buy it.
Like what? Columbus Day?
Yes.
Wow.
But if you go with a family, you bring your kids, you have to coordinate with a Disney coordinator, somebody who brings it all together for you before you make the trip, because it's that complicated these days.
Is that right? All right. Well, I mean, if you're Walt Disney Company, you got to invest all kinds of money into this business because it's really a great business for them.
I guess it's not something you just randomly do on a
unless you live right around the park.
If you live right there, then you got a year pass, and I get they're raising those prices too. But
yes.
Otherwise, this is something you plan ahead for maybe for years.
So good news for Mickey Mouse, not so much for consumers, maybe.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Yeah, we got some stuff to talk about here in the next break. Let's be honest here. There's a lot going on in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, folks. But we're going to carry on with this show. We got Michael McKee coming up. He's going to tell us what economic data we need to pay attention to. We had some PPI data today, CPI tomorrow. We'll break it all down. And then Nathan Dean, senior government analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He's in D.C. Matt Miller and I, we love this guy. He's the only guy that really knows what's going on down in D.C. So we're going to figure out when we're going to get a House Speaker and when we're going to get some...
Normally I love Nathan.
Yeah?
But you see, the other day he put out a poll on like who's going to win the presidential election.
Yeah.
And they said, well, Trump is most likely to win according to his poll.
Okay.
But he was only polling 61 people.
So it's not statistically significant. All right, we'll break that down with him, too. We got him for the second segment here. But we're going to kick everything off with John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks, Paul and Matt. 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are higher right now. Best performing group, that belongs to communication services. That's where you're going to find shares of Alphabet and Meta Platforms. Investors weighing some of the fresh data this morning showing wholesale inflation that rose last month more than expected. Kind of shrugging that off right now, though, equity investors. Tomorrow, we get the more important reading on inflation, I'll say, with the Consumer Price Index. As some Fed officials sound more dovish. Kathy Jones at Charles Schwab, she says those Fed officials must be getting an earful these days.
I think that they're probably reflecting a lot of the comments coming out from the businesses in their districts saying, hey guys, enough. You know, commercial real estate's a problem, financing's a problem, car sales are a problem. We're running into those sorts of things. And I'm guessing that some of the shift in the Fed speak is a reflection of what they're hearing on the ground.
Right now, the S&P 500, 12 points higher. That's up 0.3%, 43.71. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 91 points. The NASDAQ 100, 101 points higher. That is up 0.7%. Yes, earnings season is here. We're going to get the banks on Friday. They start JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Wells Fargo with the third quarter results. They may have to write off more bad loans than they have since the early days of the pandemic with the higher interest rates. Check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. You know how stuff goes downhill?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
And you're the bottom?
I'm way. I'm so at the bottom.
No, I mean, a little inside baseball, right? But we have a standards meeting at 11:30, and if anybody needs to be in that meeting.
But don't they know you have a job? You're on air?
But you're...
Yes, but I think it's important. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I have a disproportionately big mouth. Let's put it that way.
So who suffers?
John, because you're so reserved. You're the model. I look up to you, you know?
I told him I had a lunch to go to.
And they're telling you to bail
what
your
does
lunch?
he tell me? It's like, oh, you got to fill in for Matt. Cancel your lunch.
All right, so stay tuned here. We got
really
John
looking
Tucker's
forward to
filling
that.
in for Matt for at 11:30. How cool is that? Bloomberg Markets today is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. We got the S&P 500 up 0.25%, a little bit of green on the screen. Got some M&A in the energy space, lots going on. Let's check in with Jess Menton. She covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News, and she joins us live here in our Bloomberg studio. Jess, what are you looking at?
I feel like I walked into a contentious environment
Yes.
here in this newsroom. But looking at the S&P 500, trading around 43.69 around there. So the significance of that, 43.50 was the summer lows in the index. So that was a key sort of technical threshold people were keeping a close eye on. And it's getting closer to that 100-day moving average. That's around 43.99. So something to keep a close eye on something else, because we did get the producer price numbers this morning that came in a little bit hotter than people were expecting. But Gina Martin Adams and her team at Bloomberg Intelligence monitor the spread between CPI and PPI, and the significance of that being what that really means for corporate margins. And so if you think back to even just looking at the data a year ago, you already saw a lot of those input prices that were improving. And when you look at that spread, it's actually significantly come out of negative territory this year. But in the last couple of months, it's sort of eased somewhat. And so it'll be interesting to see, once we get the CPI numbers tomorrow, what that spread continues to look like.
The spread between prices paid and prices charged?
Yes,
so,
in consumer prices,
because
right.
I thought, rising inflation was good for margin expansion, corporate margin expansion, because having nothing to do or less to do with the input prices, because corporations were raising the prices charged.
Right. So you would want to see more of what's happening on the input side there, and seeing some of those easing, because really, like when you think of like wholesale prices.
But now they've raised prices as much as they can, right?
Right.
Everybody has raised prices to the max. Even if you didn't need to, you jumped on
done it.
What do we call it? Greedflation is what Carol Master calls it.
Yes.
So they've done that. Prices are up.
Right.
Now, as input prices come down, do their margins expand?
So that, in theory, is what would happen, and you've continued to see that happen when you're looking at that particular spread over the past year. It's just sort of eased somewhat in the last couple of months, and so that's going to be key. But really, the point is, it's well off the trough that we would have seen as far as like the margin pain has been passed. It's just, do we end up seeing inflation, especially with what's happened with energy prices? Obviously, we talk a lot about which measure to look at if you're taking out energy or food, or if you're looking at the super core too from the Fed, which obviously is looking at more of what's happening with.
By the way, is there an index you look at for input prices?
So I do. If I go and I make a terminal chart, I will do specifically the spread. So you can go through in the settings there for the security settings, and then you can do the spread between PPI year over year and then CPI. And so that's how you can gauge where that spread is. And so that's something I look at each month after we have to get CPI numbers tomorrow for it to see the difference there. But you can see the huge difference. And I've written about it for a few different columns that I can send y'all to over the past year.
How many columns does Jess Menton write for? That's a humble brag, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I do taking stock. Sometimes I do Macro Man. I fill in.
I don't do Macro Man. I've never done that. There's only one Macro Man. And
True. Sorry.
Yes. No. He's amazing. But we have earnings watch columns that our reporters will rotate on our team. And so I have one coming out today looking at I mentioned part of it yesterday, the earnings revision momentum, if you look over the next 12 months. So it's the most positive going into an earnings season since the beginning of 2022. And then also I thought it was interesting looking at what the earnings growth looks like for the top 5 companies by market cap. So if you look for the third quarter year over year, they're supposed to have an expansion of around 30%. So more broadly for the total index, it's supposed to contract about 1%. But when you take out those 5 companies, it's a little bit steeper, around 4%.
The contraction.
Yes, correct. And so you can see, and a lot of that, not surprisingly, when you think about what's happened with technology companies in the cost-cutting efforts that they started about a year ago now, when you think close to last November with Meta.
So the biggest 5 companies in the S&P 500 are going to see earnings rise by 30%.
Yes.
The rest
roughly
of the companies in the S&P 500, let's call it the S&P 495, they're
Yeah.
going to contract by 4%.
When you take out those 5 names, yes.
I have, because that's why it's the S&P 495.
So
yes,
the
earnings revisions, I always think, is one of the best charts.
It is.
What's the ticker for the earnings revisions, or how do you see that?
So Bloomberg Intelligence has a dashboard. So Gina and her team put it together. So they have a dashboard where I go through, and then I can see at the end of each week it getting updated. And so that's where I go and I pull it. And so my story should be out. They're supposed to be publishing it within the next hour or so. But then you'll be able to see the data and the chart that I built on it. But that'll tell you, optimistic outlook for the next 12 months.
All right, Jess, thanks so much for that report. Jess Menton, she covers all the equities for Bloomberg News. Let's go a little economics.
And she contributes to a number of columns.
Well, she writes all the time. And what she's really good at is promoting what she writes. So that's called cross-promotion.
I love it.
That's how you do it. That's how you make a name. It's how you get the readership. Michael McKee, he doesn't have to worry about readership. Whatever he puts out, people just glom onto. Michael McKee, he covers all the economic stuff for Bloomberg TV, radio, everything. He is our go-to man. He's down in Washington,
28
D.C.
years
office.
at Bloomberg.
28 years at Bloomberg. He's down in Washington, D.C. Rookie. Yeah, exactly.
Tucker, how long have you been here?
It'll be 30 December 15th.
Oh, you can get a new piece of lucite.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon after doing a shift at CPS because I was still committed to them. It was
Nice.
30
years.
ago.
So you'll get probably a Rolex or something.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I think it's a lucite cube, actually.
Michael McKee, we got a lot of inflation data this week. What'd you make of the PPI stuff today? And then kind of what's your thoughts about what we might find tomorrow from CPI?
Oh, I don't know. Tucker's been there longer. Maybe he has a thought. I think PPI was largely an energy story. Goods prices went up 0.9%, and that pushed the overall number up. Service prices only up 0.3, and of those 0.9, 2/3 of that was oil. So it is an energy story. Gasoline prices were up 5.5%. We didn't see the same thing in retail gasoline this past month, so it's probably not going to translate over to CPI. We're probably going to see CPI come in pretty much as forecast, with a small increase on a month-over-month basis and a decline in the year-over-year numbers.
So how do you think the Fed is going to kind of ingest this inflation data that we're seeing this week?
Well, PPI is informative, but it's not dispository. I think tomorrow's CPI will be something much more important to them in terms of their thinking about the November 1st meeting. What they have been saying over the past 2 weeks is that more and more of them are ready to just pause and not raise rates on November 1st. We just heard from Chris Waller, who has been relatively hawkish, and he says the Fed can afford to watch and wait. And of course, earlier in the week, Lori Logan, who was perhaps the most hawkish of all of them, said that it is possible that they don't have to move again because higher market rates were doing some of the work for them. Yep. Now, market rates have come down. We'll have to follow that story and see where that goes before November 1st. But if CPI doesn't surprise to the upside, it probably puts the Fed pretty much on the path to another hold on November 1st.
That's so weird because the dot plot needs them to raise at least one more time. Do we not think that's going to happen?
May I quote John Maynard Keynes, who actually never said, but people think he said, when the facts change, my opinion changes as well. So
maybe it was Churchill.
It
was either Keynes, Churchill, or Reagan. That's all we know.
If the facts change, if the economy doesn't call for more, they would just point to the fact that they've been saying they need to be careful because they're close to, well, they are at a restrictive level, and they don't want to tip the economy into recession. So if it looks like the economy is slowing down enough that inflation continues to fall, then they'll be much more careful and they won't feel the need to raise rates. Watch, as we've talked about often, the services ex housing tomorrow, Jay Powell's indicator, because that would absorb some of the service industry wage pressures that we may or may not be seeing. And if those are coming down, then the Fed has all the more reason to think that maybe inflation, if not beaten, is headed in the right direction.
Have workers' wages kept pace with inflation throughout all of this, pandemic and post?
Well, not through all of this. On a broad sense, because, of course, different categories get different kinds of raises. We saw a considerable period in 2021-22 where wages didn't keep up at all with inflation, and people were definitely falling behind, which is a source of a lot of the discontent you see in polls. And then this year, we started to see wage increases slow, but inflation fell faster. So at this point, again, on a broad sense, an overall average sense, people's wages are exceeding inflation at the moment. That doesn't help with people who remember when milk or bread was cheaper and now it's a higher price, not rising in price, but it is at a stably higher price. Doesn't make them feel a whole lot better, but at least they are able to keep up with current price increases.
So, Michael, for economists like yourself, is recession off the table here for the U.S. economy?
You never want to say it's off the table, but right now it's looking less likely. The question is what happens to consumer spending? Are consumers tapped out? This is an ongoing debate, and there have been different studies done over the last few months that suggest different things. If they still have money in the bank and they are still feeling like they are getting paid enough to spend, they will spend. We're coming into the holiday season, which sometimes has some funny numbers to it because you get seasonal adjustment. We expect spending to go up as people buy gifts, etc., and then the seasonal adjustment brings that down. We'll see if that happens this time, but if Americans keep spending, then we're not going to see a recession. It would take a big consumer drop-off at this point for that to happen. And with oil prices and gasoline prices going down, that augurs well for maybe keeping spending at least a reasonable level.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the gasoline prices now because this is a big thing for John Tucker and myself. And we've seen it down $3.66 per gallon.
I don't know where you shop for gas. Did you see what I tweeted you?
Yeah, you're the anomaly, Matt.
I not heard the Wawa, New Jersey, Route 36.
I was at the Shell in Bedford.
No, the Shell
over
was
the
price
weekend.
gouging, and you paid it.
I went to out there to see a car collection on, of course, this Indian Chief Bobber Dark Horse motorcycle that I'm riding, and it was $7.14 a gallon.
That's obviously a gas station that does not want to sell gas. So you go across the street and it's $3.60. Anyway, Mike, is the feeling here that the Fed is comfortable where it's at right now, and that it in fact can just kind of pause and see where the data does take them?
Yeah, I think the use of the word comfortable would be a little difficult for them to accept, in the sense that they're wary and they're nervous about what might happen. But I think they agree for the most part that they probably should not raise rates again and wait and see what happens. And if we continue to see the same kind of economy and the same kind of inflation, then maybe we never get to that last rate increase. And by next year, they start turning their attention to saying they're done. They don't want to say they're done yet, because, of course, then the market starts pricing in rate cuts, and they don't want that.
All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Hey, Mike, while you're down there, can you just get a speaker down there for the House of Representatives?
Yeah.
Can you get on that? I don't know what's going on down there. But anyway, Michael
If
McKee's down in
nominated, I
DC.
will not run, yeah.
Yes.
They could elect Mike.
They could elect
Mike as
Mike.
Speaker.
Exactly.
If elected, I will not serve.
If elected, I will not serve. Michael McKee down in Washington, D.C. covers all the economics for Bloomberg Television and Radio. And that, I mean, we kind of just almost forgot about it for the last few days. There's been other news, obviously, coming out of the Mideast, but
I
don't have a Speaker
mean,
of the House.
no.
Nothing's happening. They're not passing any legislation.
I hadn't forgotten about it because I was listening to Nathan Hager this morning on an excellently produced radio program, and they were talking about this. There's a very low chance that the Republicans this morning can figure out whether or not they can elect a speaker and then put it to the broader vote.
All right, we're going to get a guest coming on here from Bloomberg Intelligence who I think will have some color for us. That's all coming up. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
You got it, Paul. German shoemaker Birkenstock starts trading today. It's pricing its IPO toward the midpoint of a marketed range between 46 and 48. Now, the offering raised $1.48 billion, the third biggest U.S. IPO of the year. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman compared it to other IPOs.
But the fact that this priced at the middle of the range is something a little bit different than we saw with the likes of Instacart or Arm or Klaviyo, which have not necessarily all performed well. We're looking at Klaviyo shares up about 16% since they started trading their IPO price, but Instacart trading still about 10% below its IPO price. The one key difference, however, is that Birkenstock has been profitable, turning a net profit of 103 million euros on revenue of 1.12 billion euros for the 9 months ended June 30th.
Birkenstock will trade under the ticker BIRK. A sign that Amazon customers are switching up their shopping habits. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams explains.
Consumers' tastes have changed. Amazon's fall sale for Prime subscribers kicking off Tuesday with price-conscious shoppers mostly snapping up deals on low-cost kitchen gadgets and apparel rather than splurging on big-ticket items. Customers spent an average of $38 during the event's first 8 hours, according to research firm Attain.
Now checking in with Amazon shares right now, they are up about 0.5%. Well, your next trip to Disney will cost you more. The company is raising ticket prices at its Disneyland Resort in California by up to 9%. Now, it's also lifting annual pass prices at Walt Disney World in Florida by as much as 10%, but not the daily admission prices. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages, they have just turned mixed. Chevron and Home Depot, they're pushing the Dow lower right now. ExxonMobil shares, they're weighing on the S&P 500. A couple of things taking place here. You have, among other things, crude oil prices. They are lower. NYMEX crude, that is down just over 3% right now. ExxonMobil also being a laggard, buying Pioneer Natural Resources. The price tag there, $59.5 billion. That works out to $253 a share, all stock deal there. More Fed speak today. Federal Reserve Governor Chris Waller saying the central bank can watch and see what happens before taking further action. And of course, we get the Consumer Price Index reading tomorrow. Right now, the more policy-sensitive 2-year, that is up 2 basis points right now at 4.99, just below 5% there. S&P 500 dead flat, 43.58 right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 34 points lower, and the NASDAQ 100 is up 62 points. That is up 0.4%. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live as well on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. You know, obviously the world's attention has been focused over the last several days on the Middle East, but we have a simmering issue in Washington, D.C. that is still there. That is, our government does not have a Speaker of the House. That means not a lot of business gets done. So let's figure out where we go from here. Nathan Dean joins us. He's a senior policy analyst looking at the U.S. government for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down in Washington, D.C. Nathan, where are we? Where is the Republican Party in terms of electing a Speaker of the House?
So, you know, the vote's going to start, it's supposed to start in the next few minutes and so forth like that. But I don't think anybody's really anticipating that we're going to get a resolution anytime soon. I mean, this is one of those situations, it's uncharted waters. I mean, this vote could be wrapped up by tomorrow. This vote could go on. You know, we had former representatives say this morning, could go on for 30 days or so. So I don't think anybody really is sure what's going to happen. But what markets are looking for is they want to see some type of clarity just to know where the rules go forward, because there are a lot of pieces of legislation that rely on the Speaker of the House actually being here, because until he or she is selected, no work can actually get done. So everything else, like crypto bills, safe banking, and so forth, that's currently just being held up.
Why can no work actually be done? We have a Speaker pro tem. Why can't he just call votes and pass legislation?
So it's against the rules. So what I think Congress can do, and is there can be work like committee work and so forth like that, but you can't actually bring anything to the floor because the Speaker of the House, not the Speaker pro temp, is the one who does that. Now, I think there's a lot of folks that are thinking like, look, there's not much that's going to pass anyway. Why is this so important? But, as we've seen now with geopolitical issues rising, and we also have a government shutdown now threat coming in November 17th, there is a lot of work that needs to be done because, yes, something may not pass right away, but, bills being brought to the floor brings momentum, it brings discussion, it brings conversations, and those conversations actually means things may pass months from now. So for every day there's a delay, it just makes things even worse to try and get something done, because 2024, I think everybody knows, is an election year, and in election years, Congress usually tends to stop voting on important things by summer as they're focused on their own re-election chances.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we need to pass legislation to send more money to Israel, or Ukraine for that matter, I figured that McHenry could do it, and I didn't know it was specifically against the rules. I thought people were kind of unclear about that and couldn't point to a rule. They just sort of had a feeling, but so there's legitimately a rule that the Speaker pro tem can't put legislation to a vote.
So it's never been challenged before. I mean, obviously it comes down to the parliamentarian ruling, and from what we can gather right now, the parliamentarian really doesn't have much confidence that it can happen. But look, who sets the rules? Congress. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's never been tried before. If things were to push comes to shove, and we're 30 days out from not having a speaker, obviously I think you could see something happen. But, I think a lot of folks in the Republican Party are hoping, or at least wishing, this wraps up in the next week or so. And if it does, if it's wrapped up by tomorrow or next week or so forth like that, then this question of can you bring something to the floor is somewhat moot. So I think, before we engage in that conversation of can something happen with the Speaker pro temp, folks have to at least go through the motions of trying to elect a speaker, and we'll see what happens next week.
Nathan, is there any reason to believe that whomever is installed as a speaker will have the same issues and challenges that McCarthy had, i.e., I really don't have leverage over these 6 or 7 far-right representatives?
Absolutely. I mean, it really comes down to the motion to vacate. Obviously, one member was able to oust Speaker McCarthy, or at least start the process by using the motion to vacate. If the motion to vacate remains and allows one person to do this, then the shutdown chances of November 17th are actually quite, I would say, even scary, because Speaker McCarthy, or former Speaker McCarthy, showed what is the political price for making a bipartisan deal. And shutdowns always end in bipartisan deals. So if that motion to vacate remains, and we have Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan, and they get into the shutdown issue in November 17th, there's little incentive to actually make a deal if one member of their party can actually come out and try and oust them. So eventually what will happen is you'll either have a prolonged shutdown, or you're going to have negotiations with Democrats to try and come up with a bipartisan solution. But again, that sort of goes against the mantra of the party. So it's really unclear on what's going to happen. I mean, we're really just trying to figure this out statement by statement. Certainly going to be exciting times for the next few weeks and months.
So let's assume that cooler heads prevail. We actually do get a speaker. What's kind of the to-do list here? I can't imagine there's not anything but a huge backlog here.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I think the Ukraine and Israel aid are at the top. I mean, President Biden said so in his speech yesterday. Still some issues over whether or not those can be tied together or those will be addressed separately and so forth like that. But, there are a whole host of pieces of bills that need to get out there. For example, the Speaker Pro Tem, Patrick McHenry, he's got a crypto bill called the Financial Innovation Technology Act, called the FIT. If he doesn't get that past the House relatively soon, and they start running into election season, well, he's going to lose a lot of momentum. He's term limited, so he's going to lose the chair of the House Financial Services Committee next year and lose a lot of that direction and a lot of that ability to push legislation. So, we've got safe banking, we've got crypto, we've got a whole host of other issues related to funding. FAA reauthorization is due December 31st. You've got the National Flood Insurance Program. So there is just a whole host of stuff that needs to get done. And like I said before, correct. I mean, you have 12 appropriation bills you got to get done. There's a lot. And if they don't get it done by the first quarter of next year, they're just going to kick the can down the road and say, we'll do this again under a new term.
McHenry, by the way, in terms of the speaker race, he's not, I don't think, one of the people they're voting on, but what if he does a good job? I mean, is it possible the Democrats could have some sway in who the speaker is?
It's possible, but I think this is more of like a papal vacancy type of vote, where they're all locked away in the Sistine Chapel, if you will, because if they don't have conclusion after 5 or 6 rounds, they're going to be looking for other types of candidates out there. That's why I think Speaker McCarthy has said, or former Speaker McCarthy has said, he's not running, but he's also left this sort of wink, wink, nod, nod. So, we can see anything. It's uncharted times, uncharted waters. More likely than not, my guess is it'll either be Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan, but look, again, we really don't want to make a prediction on it because anything can happen.
And just, are we going to get anything today, Nathan?
I'm guessing not. This is one of those situations where, we've even heard anecdotally from great reporting from Bloomberg News that, some of members are even going to stand up and speak for vote for McCarthy on the first ballot. I don't think you're going to get agreement today. Like you said before, it's only 5 members. The Democrats are pretty united in just saying they're going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this, bleeds out a few more days or even into next week.
So I guess from a political perspective, what's the feeling in D.C.? It just feels like you could put a lot of blame here on the Republicans if you were the Democrats here for holding up legislation, perhaps bringing back the risk of a shutdown. I mean, how is this playing out politically in D.C.?
Well, I think, if you were to give Republicans truth serum, a lot of them would say, look, we don't like what's happening here. We want to focus on governing. But obviously, the situation is what it is. The Democrats are taking the approach of, look, this is a Republican problem. You've heard from some folks saying they're willing to make a deal with the Republicans, but that's only if the Republicans come to them. Because if you make a deal, you still have an election next year, and they're going to be working to try and oust you. So I think politically, both sides are trying to just say that, like, what is this? What does this mean for the elections? Democrats are like, look, we're fine just letting this play out. But eventually, you're going to see some Republicans in Biden districts, especially folks up in New York, for example, that are really going to start having some issues with this, and maybe they start talking a little bit differently. I don't know. It's just going to be, but again, I think that's like months down the line. I think for the next few weeks, it's just going to be politics as usual.
Oh, that's great. Something to look forward to. Nathan Dean, thanks so much for joining us. Nathan Dean is a senior policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence based in Washington, D.C. One of the wonderful aspects of Bloomberg Intelligence, the research division of Bloomberg, is that we have a lot of folks down in Washington, D.C., like Nathan Dean, really focusing on policy, legislation, because a lot of that obviously has major impacts on a wide range of industries and companies. And so they have their finger on the pulse of what's happening down in Washington, D.C. and how it impacts markets and companies and stocks and so on. So we appreciate having those folks down there. Right now, let's head back down to Washington, D.C., world and national news with Amy Immerse.
All right, thank you, Paul. And as you were just discussing, House Republicans are in that closed-door meeting. They're trying to choose a nominee for Speaker. If they can agree on a candidate, a vote could come on the House floor as early as this afternoon, but the odds are against it. Questions continue to swirl around Hamas and whether it had outside help in last weekend's attack on Israel.
The militants who rule Gaza have received weapons and support from Iran for many years, but several U.S. officials tell the New York Times early intelligence suggests key Iranian leaders were caught off guard by last Saturday's Hamas invasion of Israel and did not know it was coming. The officials didn't say who specifically was surprised in Iran, but they did say they were people who would typically be aware of operations involving the Quds Force. That's the Iranian paramilitary organization that works with proxy forces like Hamas. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
And Israel has formed a rare emergency government with the opposition to help see the country through its war with Hamas, while Hamas says the power is out in the Gaza Strip after its only power plant stalled and Israel cut fuel supplies to the territory. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration has not ruled out sanctions against Iran in relation to renewed conflict in the Middle East, and they haven't let up on sanctions that are already in place.
We have not in any way relaxed our sanctions on Iranian oil, and we have sanctions on Hamas, on Hezbollah. This is something we have been constantly looking at and using information that comes available to tighten sanctions. We will continue to do that.
Treasury Secretary Yellen made those comments at the annual meetings for the IMF and World Bank. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages have turned mixed right now. A couple of things going on here. Biggest drag coming from energy shares, crude oil dropping over 2%, then ExxonMobil shares lower after they agreed to shell out $60 billion for Pioneer. That's the all-stock transaction. The PPI this morning, a little hotter than expected. Tomorrow, we're going to get the Consumer Price Index for you. That'll give a better inflation reading for us. Meantime, Fed watchers, including Bruce Kassman at J.P. Morgan Securities, increasingly think that the Federal Reserve is done raising rates for now.
In the immediate decision-making, the rise in yields we've seen accumulating over the last 3 months, the better news on inflation, I think that's enough to put them on a pause here that extends certainly through the November FOMC meeting, and I think more likely than not through the end of the year.
At 2 o'clock Wall Street time, we're going to get a look at the minutes for the last Fed meeting. Earnings reporting season. Yes, it's here. Friday starts with the financials. Bank of America strategist predicting companies will deliver financial results that will substantially beat analyst estimates. Right now, the S&P 500 1 point lower at 43.56. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 43 points. We're at 33,696. And the NASDAQ 100 still up 38 points. That's up 0.25%. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. I was going to throw it to Matt. He's gone. So John and Paul, I'll throw it to myself.
So I look over to my left and where my co-host usually sits. He bails on us, John, as he's wont to do. Think you can stick around for a little bit as we continue this whole thing?
No, I'd love to cancel my lunch. Please.
Very good, John Tucker.
I will for the next guest. How
Okay,
about that?
very good. Well, our next guest has got a checkered past, let's be honest. University of Virginia undergrad. The football team at UVA is 1-5 this year. I don't know what's going on in Charlottesville. All right, he redeemed himself. He got MBA at Harvard. That's fine. But then he really did well going to Solomon Brothers, my alma mater. So anybody gets through Solomon Brothers, does a stint there, is okay in my book. We know a guy
who worked there.
We know another guy who worked at Solomon Brothers. Brian Smolik joins us here. He is the CEO and principal of Hood River Capital Management. Hey, Brian, we got earnings coming up here. What do you need to see out of earnings? What are you guys going to be looking at this season?
Well, I feel like costs are, for the most part, under control. Really, it's about the demand environment. Is it hanging in there, given higher rates, the overall effect on business patterns, and whether or not they're going to have to take down guidance for the last quarter of this year and then looking out into next year. There's some industries that are really adversely affected by rising rates, like renewable energy, for example, and then some that aren't necessarily impacted by it, like, for example, semi-cap equipment, which are selling some of the picks and shovels to AI companies. So it depends on the industry, but obviously there's been a lot of tightening that's gone into effect the last couple months. Numbers and expectations have come down substantially over the last 6 months. So we actually have a pretty good setup going into earnings here, particularly in small cap, which is the area where we play in.
Small cap domestic for a particular reason?
We're small cap growth, and the reason we like small cap is it's more inefficient. You tend to have way less sell side coverage. You might have 8 or 9 sell side analysts covering one of our names, versus 55 in Apple, for example. So as a research analyst, you have the opportunity to add a lot more value on a bottoms-up basis, and we've obviously done that over 20 years.
Small cap, just give us a sense of valuation. I mean, do I get paid? Can I get small cap at a discount to the market because there is maybe less liquidity in that part of the market?
Usually, small cap growth trades at a premium just because of the higher growth. Right now, it trades at a discount, and it's because of all the concerns around higher rates, the impact on demand, and what happens in a potential recession. So you've seen number cuts, as I mentioned, over the last 5 months. So right now, you have a pretty good setup if demand holds in there and companies can make or beat their numbers. And at this point, I feel pretty good about that happening.
Is that more susceptible to the cost of capital?
Yes. And so that's what's happened over the last 2 months is small caps At one point this year, they were up around 18%. Now they're only up 3 or 4, and that's precisely the reason. What's interesting, if you look at high yield spreads versus treasuries, that's actually tightened. So you're sitting maybe 120 basis points over the 10-year, which is at the low end of the historical average. Usually what you'd see going into recession is you'd see those spreads widening and that increasing capital. But really, you are seeing an adverse impact in stock prices on small cap companies that need to raise money, particularly in equity. And it's gone up across the board, and those stocks have been hurt the most.
Hey, Brian, Fortress Aviation, FTAI is the ticker. What did they do? Why do you guys like it? And why is the stock up over 100% this year?
It's been a good one. It's one of our biggest holdings. They have two businesses that are doing really well, which is why the stock's done well. So you had a transition in the structure from LLP to a C corp. So you have more buyers in there. The valuation was at a discount. Now it's still at a discount, just less so. In terms of what they do, they have an airline engine leasing business, where that's done great because of all the supply chain issues with Airbus and Boeing and travel returning to normal across the globe. And then they have a products business where they can retrofit engines that need to be repaired. And they have a new module that saves airlines a significant amount of money, and that's growing significantly. That's growing at over 100%. So you've had great earnings revisions, good valuation, corporate structure change. That's all helped, and we still think there's a lot of earnings revisions that are going to happen that are positive, and that's why the stock's good from here. It trades around 9 times EBITDA.
Is this space more immune from some of the geopolitical risks? I hate that phrase, but what we've been talking about for the entire week?
It is, unless you see geopolitical risks get to the point where people don't want to travel at all. But generally, you're seeing things return to normal. And again, with what they do, there's tight supply. So they have the leverage in terms of setting pricing. So I think it's safe in the environment that we're in right now. That's one of the reasons why we like it.
Celsius, an energy drink company. We obviously had Pepsi release earnings yesterday. Matt Miller, my sometimes co-host, interviewed the CFO, who said they are not seeing any negative impacts from some of these weight loss drugs here. Talk to us about Celsius, you're holding there, and kind of maybe how you think about that part of the story.
Yeah, so it's been a great market share story. They're stealing share from Monster and Red Bull, and they've gone from around 2% share to around 10% share, growing at over 100%. They have a new distribution relationship with Pepsi, which has opened a ton of doors for them. People don't take it to lose weight. They take it as kind of like a coffee surrogate, and it's a healthy way to do it, and it tastes a lot better than the other products. So that's why they've done a great job, and they've done a good job developing the brand, and the street's expecting a slowdown in growth to around 40% next year, and they're growing at about 100% this year. We think they're going to slow down in terms of their growth rate, but it's going to be better than the 40%. And we think they're going to end up around 20% share or more, and the stock's just getting around 12% at this point.
All right, you're the equity dude, but I do have to sort of ask you the obligatory rates question. What are you guys looking for from the Fed?
We think they're going to sit tight at this point. The market's done a lot of tightening for them over the last 2 months, and they need to let that play out.
Hey, Brian, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Brian Smolek, he is the CEO and principal at Hood River Capital Management. Looking at the small cap growth space, we like to check in with Brian because that's part of the market we don't talk about perhaps enough, small cap growth here. Looking at these markets, absolutely unched on the day for the S&P 500. Nothing happened in there. Same for the Dow. A little bit of movement in NASDAQ, up about 0.3%. We are seeing some continued pullback in rates. The 10-year Treasury now, it's off about 8 basis points here, 4.58%. We've got the 2-year now below 5%, 4.98% on your 2-year. And again, we're seeing that pullback again in WTI crude oil after the surge on Monday. WTI crude oil's off 2.5%, $83.85 a barrel for the light stuff out of Texas and Oklahoma. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Novo Nordisk says its blockbuster Ozempic medication showed effectiveness surprisingly early after a kidney failure trial. That has dialysis providers DaVita and Baxter falling. More from Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
The question posed by the market and the sell side this morning is whether this drug can be used in place of traditional dialysis for kidney failure, or as those that are sort of more bullish on the dialysis providers, in combination with traditional dialysis. This independent body has said, stop the trial. It's already breached the threshold required to demonstrate its efficacy in this case.
DaVita right now down about 19%. We have Baxter down about 8%. Checking in with Novo Nordisk right now, it's up nearly 5%. A pharmacy retail chain has a new leader. That story from Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe.
Walgreens has named former Cigna executive Tim Wentworth to be its next CEO. Wentworth ran pharmacy benefits manager Express Scripts and led the company's $53 billion merger with Cigna back in 2018. Walgreens is looking to catch up to rival CVS.
Walgreens shares right now, they're up about 1.5%. CVS Health right now up just a fraction. And Humana changing its leadership. The health insurer has named healthcare industry veteran Jim Reckton as president and chief operating officer. Reckton joins Humana from Envision Healthcare, where he serves as president and CEO. Now, he will succeed Bruce Burchard, who will step down in the second half of 2024 after more than a decade in that role. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Looking at these markets here, not much happening, pretty calm out there in terms of the indexes. Pretty much unchanged on the Dow and the S&P right now. The NASDAQ up about 0.3%. Yield certainly coming in here, continuing a trend we've seen over the last couple of days. 10-year Treasury now trading at 4.56%. And we also want to keep an eye on crude oil in the energy space. WTI crude oil off 2.6%, $83.73 per barrel for West Texas Intermediate crude. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Amy Morris has got World and National News for us.
All right, thank you, Paul. Concerns about a wider war in Israel still building with the fight against Hamas now in its 5th day. Israel continues to pound targets in Gaza with airstrikes to the south. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says it's entering the fray with rocket attacks to the north. Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv talked about what an escalating situation in the north is going to mean for Israel.
The current Israeli Defense Forces is in a very, very angry mood, and it will be as unforgiving as imaginable if Hezbollah does get involved. So it means, I think, that southern Lebanon and Beirut would suffer terribly.
Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration has not ruled out new sanctions against Iran in relation to this renewed conflict, but no decisions have been made. Speaking with reporters at the annual meetings for the IMF and World Bank, Yellen also said she sees a soft landing for the U.S. economy.
I'm not saying that a soft landing is an absolutely sure thing, but I do continue to think it's the most likely path. But are there risks to this outcome? Of course there are, and global shocks are among them.
Treasury Secretary Yellen also gave her strongest backing yet for an EU plan to impose a windfall tax on profits generated by frozen Russian sovereign assets. New York House Republican Anthony Desposito says he will introduce today a resolution to expel, quote, fraudster George Santos from the U.S. House. Desposito, in a post on X, says it will be joined by fellow lawmakers from New York. And a historic Powerball jackpot is up for grabs tonight. It's an estimated $1.73 billion, the second largest in U.S. history. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and John.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Birkenstock Holding IPO'd last night, priced at $46 per share. That was kind of right in the midpoint of the $44 to $46 range. Raised $1.48 billion, making it the third biggest U.S. IPO of the year. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Has not opened yet for trading. Looking at the Bloomberg quote, the BQ quote up there, when you got a bid ask of 40 to 42. So again, IPO'd at 46, looking at this stage to open lower. Not what the company was looking for, not what the underwriters were looking for, and most importantly, not what the IPO investors were looking for. What we've seen so far this year with the three other big deals that are priced since Labor Day have been generally priced at or near or maybe even slightly above the top of the range. That's what we've seen. And then we've seen big first day pops in these IPOs, and that's what you like to see. You like to see something, if you're a banker in a company, maybe 10%, something seems reasonable like that. And we saw that. Plus, we had some that opened up much more than that. But then what we found is most of them gave back most or all of those early gains in the subsequent trading. Here, it looks a little bit different. Again, priced at 46 for Birkenstock Holdings. I saw the CEO. He was on making the rounds of some of the TV shows this morning. Again, priced at 46, now indicating 40 to 42, has not yet traded, and so we'll bring that to you. But a big gauge of not just for the equity markets, but for the IPO markets and the equity markets as a whole. So we'll keep an eye on that. Birkenstock indication 40 to 42, IPO price 46. Pretty much the markets are pretty quiet here today. Not a bad day to take a company public if that's what you needed to do. S&P and the Dow are kind of unchanged on the day. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Morning, Nora.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to get the latest from Israel. We're going to check in with Galit Altstein. She's a reporter with Bloomberg News. She's going to join us live from Tel Aviv to give us the latest reporting on what's happening there. And it seems like Israel's getting ready and the military is getting ready for a big response. Max Abelson's, he's also going to join us. He is one of my favorite reporters at Bloomberg News. He's going to discuss his new Business Week show on Bloomberg Originals. He's going.
He's one of my favorite reporters, too.
He's really good reporting.
He's very good. And
excellent writer.
And he's kind of... it's going to be interesting to see this show because he's fun. He's quick. He's got a wit.
That's exactly how I would do it. So he's got a show, TV show coming up on Bloomberg Originals. And then Noah Wise, Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments, will get his market call here as we head into the third quarter earnings period. Right now, let's kick things off as we do in this hour with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. The S&P now negative on the day, down 1 point, has been fluctuating. It is down by less than 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 40, a decline right now of 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 33. That is a gain of 0.3%. Stocks are fluctuating after a rally from oversold levels as traders await more clues on the outlook for Fed policy. Oil is lower after an early week surge. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.4%, 83.93 a barrel now on WTI. 10-year yield 4.57% with a 2-year 4.99% on the 2-year. And as I mentioned, gold up 0.7%, 18.74 the ounce. The day's big deal. ExxonMobil buying Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion, the supermajor's largest takeover in more than 2 decades, as it seeks to become the dominant producer of shale oil. Exxon paying $253 a share in an all-stock deal. Fernando Valle is following the story for Bloomberg Intelligence, and he was a guest this morning right here on Bloomberg Markets.
Well, when you look at the breakdown on the free cash flow per share, the EBITDA per share after the dilution, it's actually accretive right away to ExxonMobil, provided they can capture that $1 billion in synergies, which is the low end of their target, $2 billion being the high end.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. ExxonMobil shares, they are down 4.5%. Pioneer Natural up 1.1%, $2.40 a share now on Pioneer Natural. Again, Exxon paying $2.53 per share in that all-stock deal. Recapping, S&P down by 0.5 point as we await Birkenstock to start trading. We've got the Dow down 41, drop there of 0.1%. Nasdaq higher by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, he is back, and I am here, Paul Sweeney, in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And we're also streaming on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and check it out. Just search Bloomberg Radio. I got some not much going on the index front, the top high level. Let's see what's happening with stocks on the move and companies to watch with Bloomberg Equities reporter Nora Melinda. Nora, what are you looking at?
So we've definitely got to talk a little bit further about Exxon this morning after it agreed to buy Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion in an all-stock deal. But the deal does have a few downsides. Analysts are saying that the transaction offers very few cost savings for the company, and shareholders will begin to feel a 14% dilution effect as the company's agreement means expanding the pool of Exxon equity to more than $4.5 billion. But still, the deal dramatically expands the footprint of the company in the Permian Basin in Texas, but a Piper Sandler analyst describes the deal as a long-term home run for the company.
Yeah, I think as we've been talking all day, we talked to Fernando Valle from Bloomberg Intelligence. We spoke to Alex Steele earlier, who interviewed the CEOs of both ExxonMobil and Pioneer. This is just a straight up, we need more fossil fuels. And Exxon says there's a lot of shale. There's good rock, is what the energy geeks say. It's good rock. There's a lot of shale, and there's a lot of oil in that rock. And ExxonMobil's, it sounded like ExxonMobil is in a better position to do that.
Right, and that's what we are hearing from multiple analysts. So we'll just see if the stock makes some sort of reversal later in trading today.
Anytime. I mean, it's just, as you mentioned, there's going to be some dilution initially. Fernando Valle, again, from Bloomberg Intelligence, ran the number, and he says, you know what, if you do take into account the synergies and maybe a little bit of growth there, he can see this getting accretive pretty quickly. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, stock's off a little bit here.
What do you think about the retreat that we've seen in yields, Nora? I mean, how much is that playing into this, what is now a 4-day rally for the S&P? Oh, no, the S&P just turned down.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes, it just flipped a little bit lower. I mean, I think it's been interesting because obviously Treasury yields have been up quite high, multi-year highs, and it's made the market really apprehensive. But as we are seeing this 4-day rally, I think that in combination with the retreat and yields is really, providing a little bit of a boost. And of course, that's in tandem with the dovish commentary that we've been hearing from Fed officials in recent days. So
this market still wants to fight the Fed.
It does.
When Paul started on Black Monday in 1987, the first lesson he learned was don't fight the Fed.
Don't fight the Fed. Boy, you can make a living out of that.
But we want to tussle.
Exactly. Hey, Nora, another big equity story today is the IPO Birkenstock, priced last night at $46 per share. It's indicating 40 to 42, has not yet opened, but it's indicating it's going to open lower. That's not good.
Right. So we'll see where that opens when that actually does happen. But this is actually going to be the third biggest U.S. IPO of the year. Yep. So, of course, there's a lot of visibility right now. And at the open, it'll be interesting to see how it actually does price. As you mentioned, it is, $46 after the deal was priced, but it's indicated to open between 42 and $44
I got
today.
a new indication for you, 40 to 42, even lower.
Keeps changing.
Yep. So the BQ function for Bloomberg terminals out there, you put in Burke U.S. equity, and then you just use the function BQ, and that gets you to the Bloomberg quote, which I think is the best quote on the terminal for equities.
But it's a lot different than some of the other IPOs we've seen, just in the nature of the business, right? I mean, they don't make software. It's not like a company where we have no idea what they really do,
Right.
And they don't have... It's not. I mean, I guess
it's not convoluted.
By some measures, it's opinion, but they don't have a totally stupid name. It's like they sell widgets.
They sell,
and a dependable fan base. But
right.
Looking at another one, we've got dialysis provider DaVita, that's ticker DVA, plunging as much as 19% in intraday trading. Of course, this is coming with everything that's surrounding the Novo Nordisk Ozempic medication. We've got dialysis providers plunging this morning. That's both.
Fresenius over in Germany was down at one point by a quarter. They lost a quarter of their value in 1 second.
My goodness.
Yeah.
All right, Nora, thank you so much for joining us. Nora, Melinda joining us. Give us a breakdown on what's happening in some of these markets here today. As Nora mentioned, not much going on.
She's also a Wahoo, by the way.
I know. 1 and 5 Wahoos.
Was just there this past weekend.
Really?
We won that game.
Charlotte, let's be honest, you beat Women, Mary. I mean, I'll give it to you because I'm
not too much. All right,
I'll give that to you. I'm a huge fan of Charlottesville and the Wahoos down there. Great school. Lots going on, obviously, in this ever-changing, fluid situation in Israel. It really appears that Israel's ramping up for a major response to the terrorist attacks on Saturday. We want to get the latest reporting. We do that with Galit Altstein. She's a reporter with Bloomberg News. She joins us from Tel Aviv. Galit, thanks so much for joining us. I know a very difficult time.
Sure.
What is the latest that you can tell us about what you believe or what is the consensus building about the type of response that we will get from Israel?
Yeah, so actually today we're also seeing some developments in the north of Israel. This has been obviously a big question over the past few days on whether the northern front will also be joining in, mainly Hezbollah, which is an Iranian-backed group in the south of Lebanon and Lebanon in general. So over the past half hour or so, we've been getting reports on possibly some UAVs that have penetrated Israel through the northern border. We do not have too much details on that yet. I can only tell you that a lot of people, roughly 1.5 million Israeli civilians, have been called to go into safe rooms, into safe places, and stay there until the picture is clearer. And earlier today, we also saw some back and forth. It wasn't as possibly dramatic is what we're seeing now. Once again, we don't exactly know what is going on now, but earlier on we saw some back and forth between Hezbollah and IDF forces, some back and forth fire across the border. So we're looking a lot at that today as well.
Paint a picture for us, Galit, of the differences between what's happening now and the past incursions that you faced, or the past back and forths, because typically, as I understand it, Israelis just continue to go about their business, and I would imagine there's not much of an economic impact, but this has been compared to a 9/11, it's been compared to a 1973 Yom Kippur War. Is it different this time in that people are not necessarily going to work, not necessarily going out and buying things, not necessarily doing much except for sort of huddling scared in safe rooms?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we obviously don't have all the economic data yet to back this up, but I can definitely tell you that people are staying home a lot and not coming into work. There's actually a combination, I think, of a lot of people that have been called to serve in the Army Reserve Forces. So we've had 300,000 of those, and then there are some people who need to stay at home because the children have not been going to school throughout the entire country. I mean, all over Israel, schools have not been open since Saturday. I mean, since Sunday in effect. Sunday is a business day in Israel. So, and they've just announced today that schools are not coming back at least until next Sunday. So some of the parents, need to stay at home with their children. And then we also have people who are just afraid because Israel is still under missile attacks from the south, from Gaza. This is affecting mostly the southern part of Israel, but also, every once in a while, the central parts like Tel Aviv in the vicinity. So what we're seeing basically is, people working from home if they can, or not coming into work. And this is very reminiscent to many people that I speak to of COVID, of the first days of COVID and, the first lockdowns. So in some cases, it's not, direct, instruction from the authorities, don't leave the house like a lockdown. In some places it is, in some places it isn't, but it is reminiscent of that. And I think it's just worth noting that some businesses and some international businesses that operate in Israel, I'm talking about some retail stores, H&M, IKEA. I know that these stores, for example, have been shut down for the last few days. So obviously business consumption is definitely down these days, yes.
What do we know about this new unity government that Mr. Netanyahu has announced? Tell us about that.
So this is news from this afternoon. So actually, this is in fact a new party, Benny Gantz's party. He was an opposition leader until just this afternoon, and he just joined forces with Netanyahu. Netanyahu's government, his former government, stays in effect. But what we're seeing now is Gantz's party join in, basically to form a very narrow war managing cabinet. And this cabinet will see as its members Netanyahu himself, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and joining them will be Benny Gantz, who is a former defense minister, and two more members in this cabinet, one from Gantz's party and one from Netanyahu's party. And actually, they will be leading any operations, the war, you can say, that will be moving on from moving forth from now on. These are people who are very experienced. I'm mainly speaking about Gantz and another member of his party, Eisenkot, and of course, Defense Minister Gallant. They're all very senior former IDF officers. Some have led the Israeli army. Gallant was previously in charge of the Southern Command. He's very familiar with the Gaza Strip, and they're the ones who are going to be leading the war effort from here on.
I wonder if this changes the picture in terms of, regional allies of Iran. What have you heard from other Arab states, especially considering the fact that we know Iran funds Hamas. We know Iran funds Hezbollah, and they've, been responsible for something that's beyond a military attack, really just targeting citizens. And I know that's happened in the past, but at this point, now the world has seen it. Do you expect any pushback on Iran?
That's a very good question. And, I'm not sure.
It just seems, Galit, that everyone is hesitant. Yeah. From here, it seems everyone is hesitant to push back on Iran. When the Wall Street Journal first reported that Iran knew about these attacks and even was involved in the planning, or that the IRGC was involved in the planning, we had, the Secretary of Defense saying, well, we haven't seen any evidence. Not eager to draw Iran into this because it makes things more difficult. On the other hand, we all know they're funding Hamas.
Yeah, well, yeah, the relationship between Iran and Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah is a slightly different one. You're right to say that Iran finances both Hamas and Hezbollah. With Hamas, it's on a much lower scale. I'm talking about the financing, and they're a different organization because they're a Sunni. Hamas is a Sunni organization, so they are cooperating with Iran and they're getting money from them, but they don't necessarily take orders from Iran, even if they're coordinated with them. I know it sounds a little complex, but it is. While Hezbollah in the north of Israel is 100% Iran. It's just, a proxy organization, a militant organization that is backed by Iran, that is led by Iran, that is, taking orders from Iran. So, and on your question, I think that, maybe what speaks loudest at this time is that, when we see the U.S. carrier, the Gerald Ford carrier that is now, around Israeli waters, this is a very extraordinary sight. I would put it like that. Mm-hmm. I don't remember anything, of this sort happening at least over, the last decades. So this is like a warning sign, which may be a reinforcement of what you just said. If people countries don't want an all-out war. So they're putting, their biggest, warning signs and, telling Iran, don't get involved, not through Hezbollah, not directly. And so it's safe to assume that, yes, maybe, the nations don't want an all-out war at this time. And Israel definitely, wants to concentrate on Gaza now, but keeps saying that it is very well prepared for anything that happens in the north with Hezbollah.
Very good. All right, Galit, thank you so much once again for joining us. Galit Altstein, she's a reporter with Bloomberg News. She's based in Tel Aviv, and we really appreciate getting some of her time during this very, very difficult time for all Israeli citizens. And we'll see what type of response that we get from Israel. But all, I guess, indications are that it's going to be severe as we look at the call-ups and so on. So we'll stay on top of that, of course. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. A mega merger in the energy industry. Exxon has agreed to buy Pioneer Natural Resources for nearly $60 billion. Exxon CEO Darren Woods and Pioneer's chief Scott Sheffield spoke earlier with Bloomberg's Alex Steele. Now, Sheffield says he sees more deals in the industry.
We think long-term, you have to become a diversified company. And the question is, do we do it ourselves or do we become part of a company like ExxonMobil? I really think Exxon has the best stock of all the diversified companies around the world, the best growth opportunities. Mm-hmm. And I think after this transaction that shell companies cannot survive on their own long term. They're going to have to merge up, consolidate, and be part of a diversified company is my general opinion. And this should happen over the next 5 years.
Exxon shares right now, they are down about 4.5%. Checking with Pioneer right now, it's up nearly 1%. Well, despite a drop in PC sales, the CEO of HP says the company is well positioned to deliver long-term sustainable growth. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has that story.
HP is betting that many of you will need a new personal computer soon, and after a 2-year slump is projecting better profits ahead. HP has been grappling with the overall drop in PC sales, and having more machines on hand has kept a lid on prices. But Gartner reported this week that it expects a rebound is underway.
HP right now up a fraction. Stellantis and Samsung have locked in a new site for a second battery manufacturing facility in the U.S. The plant in Kokomo, Indiana, is expected to begin production in early 2027 and will create 1,400 new jobs. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are awaiting the start of trading for Birkenstock. It is indicated to open now at $39 to $41, at least 11% below its initial public offering price of $46 after the deal priced near the midpoint of a marketed range. Stocks are fluctuating with the Dow and the S&P 500 index both lower after a rally from oversold levels as traders await more clues about the outlook for Fed policy. Oil is now lower today after an early week surge. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8% at 84.44 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, down 1.2%, 86.57 for a barrel of Brent crude. Again, the S&P lower by 6 at 43.51, down 0.2%. The Dow down 68, drop there of 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index holding on to a gain right now of 12 points, up by 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.57% with a 2-year 4.98%. Gold up 0.9%, 1876 the ounce. So again, recapping a mixed day with the S&P down 6, a drop there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, and we are streaming this thing on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Matt, I'm at an age where I just don't stay up that late anymore. So I'm not like the late night TV. I used to be a fan. I was there for Letterman and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, dude, I remember Letterman from the very beginning.
But I understand that's where the cool kids hang, is kind of late night TV, which brings us to Max Abelson. Why he's here, I don't know. Max Abelson, he's one of our star reporters for Bloomberg News. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. But Max, you're going TV on us. You're going Hollywood. Talk to us about the show that you're bringing to Bloomberg Originals.
Yeah, my ego is too big now, actually, to talk, so I'm just going to fall into silence now. Well, first of all, just about bedtime.
Like Joaquin Phoenix.
Yep. Let's talk bedtime, because I am out by like 9:30, just to be totally clear. So I'll be watching the following day, but I'm hoping everyone here is going to tune in on Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. on Bloomberg TV. Listen, I think there's a chance that what we're making here is like going to be really special and really good. I mean, we had a really big challenge, which is that Business Week is like a good thing as is. You know, it's a great magazine. It's when I have my best journalism of the year, if I'm lucky, it gets to go in Business Week. And to make something that's a really good magazine and to try to turn it into something televisual is hard because like magazine and TV are different things. But we have had a lot of fun with this idea that instead of like sitting there, you know, kind of stuck with the issue that week, although I'm sure we would have fun if we had to do that, what we've done, gentlemen, is take the themes that would normally kind of course below the surface of business journalism and Business Week specifically, ambition, risk, failure, genius, imagination, and we've dedicated episodes to each of them, and then we've brought on like, honestly, like kind of astounding people whose lives and careers and ideas like honestly like have something to say about those themes. Like I've learned a lot, like sitting at the table, talking to people. It's been fun and it's been eye-opening.
All right, so what's the format? You're gonna go on, this show is gonna go out every Thursday at 10:30 on Bloomberg TV. I'm guessing we're gonna be able to watch it on Bloomberg.com or somewhere online the next day.
YouTube,
and then, so is it an hour, 2? Do you have 1 guest, 4? How does it work?
Thank you for asking. These are questions that remind me of my mom, Patty Abelson, who's been asking just these exact questions. All right, so look, it's going to start with a kind of essayistic introduction. My only complaint about this whole series is that we film me walking through the streets of New York, and I have to memorize my essay, and it is not easy. No one tells you.
That's called a monologue, by the way.
Woo!
That's called a monologue in late night TV.
It's a monologue. I have no teleprompter. So I'm in the streets of New York. I give a little opening essay. Then I come to the studio, which, let me just say, my colleagues like carpentered a studio. It's not. We're not talking like LED screens. You know,
is it here?
It is here.
By the escalator?
1 floor up. 1 floor.
Okay,
Listeners can't see this, but we are on the 5th floor.
They can if they're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming, Max. Look into the camera.
Well, they're not in the building. They're not in the building, so they wouldn't know. But it's on the 6th floor, and it's I mean, when I say carpentered, I mean like woodworkers made it. It looks like kind of an eccentric editor-in-chief of a magazine.
It looks so cool. I have to say.
1978. It is beautiful, and there's something about the vibe. I mean, actually, I've always loved this studio where we are now, but there's something about the vibe where I feel like even interesting or powerful or complicated people come in, and it's like, it almost reminds me of like a therapist's office. There's something about it where I find that people are willing to open up, and I'm definitely willing to meet them where they are, but our guests so far have been really willing to meet us where we are, which is taking these themes seriously. It's not easy to talk about failure. It's not easy to talk about ambition, but I find that there's something about the space, and there's something about my colleagues. Edwina Otira, I have to say, our director and producer, is really one of my favorite people I've ever worked with. Combined, thanks to Business Week, thanks to the show, thanks to the set, my colleagues, there's something that I think is kind of special about it, and I feel like I think it might be kind of like unlike anything we've ever done here.
It does look like, I have to agree, a really cool space and very unique and kind of different, a step away from reality without being like fake, you know, but just like a therapist's office, I think, is a great description because you're sort of putting the world on pause to have these discussions. So who are the guests that you've had on?
Well, I'll tell you about the guests, but first I just want to respond to a very beautiful thing you just said, a step away from reality. It's been very, I've thought a lot about how to make television, which is very different from what I normally do. You know, I'm a writer, like I'm a reporter here. I've spent a long time here, my whole professional life in this building, 13 years, I think, like writing and reporting and being on TV and even, you know what, honestly, being on radio. It involves a certain amount of theater, certain kind of performance, like it makes me think about my voice when I'm talking now, or when I'm on TV, like I think about the way I look, you know, the way I move my hands. And we've really spent a long time talking as a group about how to make it as real as possible. Even though I have to do some performative things, not move my hands in silly ways, you know, not talk too much. We've really tried to keep it as connected to reality as print journalism can be. But now let me tell you about the guests.
But with a set that evokes a like 1970s newsroom feel.
Thank you. But
that you wouldn't see today in any newsroom. Right. So you're trying to make it real, but also... It's I was reminded kind of like of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, of like the set in Taxi, like basically one set that's different from everything else, but that you want to be paying attention to.
Matt, you're talking my language. We have a signed photo of Fred Rogers in the studio, signed to me as a little boy, thanks to my dad. But let me just talk about the guests. So for this week's episode, Genius, Thursday night, we have a 91-year-old genius, Burt Malkiel, who's writing, you gentlemen probably read A Random Walk Down Wall Street, which is a book about how genius doesn't actually exist in the markets. He is so interesting. He has so much to say. It's such a distinct version of genius. Then we have a 17-year-old genius who won the spelling bee. I'm going to say very little about her because she is such a surprise, and she has. I think she is my most genius guest. But I'm not going to say too much more about her. And then we have Morba Jah, who is the genius. In fact, he literally won a Genius Grant. He is the guy who thinks about all the garbage that's floating around our orbit, all the dead stuff that we sent out satellites, but then they died, and they're just there. It's this new kind of trash. And he really did blow my mind the way that he talked about the difference between individualized genius and a kind of collective genius, and the way that you can learn from other people instead of just like being a genius yourself.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Exactly. I found it honestly very moving. I was told I had to stop nodding along because I was nodding along too much. That's how much I enjoyed it.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see this, honestly.
And so what's the difference between kind of what you have been doing, interviewing, calling people on the phone, calling your sources and that kind of thing, as opposed to now you're sitting face to face with these people oftentimes, and that's a little different vibe, right?
Oh, the vibe is tremendously different. Like right now, I'm looking at you, and we're talking like, I'm not in the mood to confront you. I don't want to press you on the most difficult things that you've ever had to live through, or like, if you were a prominent business person, your most prominent embarrassments, because embarrassment comes with success. No one has success without failure. To sit across this table in the Business Week show's set and to talk to people about pain and uncertainty and embarrassment, or even just to talk to them about their ambition, or to talk about their genius, or to talk about their imagination. There's something that's very awkward about it. I'm very interested in trying to re-examine the journalistic encounter. I love my favorite journalist is Janet Malcolm, who writes beautifully about the kind of betrayals that happen every time there's a journalistic encounter, because the journalist is going to tell a story and the subject has a very different story. And it's been really fun for me to see in real time how different it is to stare your subject in the eyes, and it's spooky.
That's very cool. I mean, we love your stories that you write for Bloomberg, but I can imagine it's very different because you get to kind of script everything. You totally create the narrative by yourself, or with your editors, whereas here, you can script the questions and you can stage the interview, but it's going to go where it goes.
Yes. Hearing you say that reminds me that, my beat in a way is money and power. When I ask, honestly, my beat is like semi-made up, but Wall Street culture, Wall Street money and power, it really has got me thinking about the way that we have power. Like journalists have power. We shape stories. We bring perspective. I mean, I believe that one of the things that makes Bloomberg News and Business Week great is that we wield our power well, and that we wield it with fairness, and we wield it with authority. But it's been fun to feel powerful and also to feel a little powerless. I don't know what people are going to say. I don't know if they're going to dislike my questions. I don't know if our vibe is going to be weird. And that's a powerless position to be in. I have the power. I have some power because I'm asking questions. But it's been a very powerless experience, and it's been really fun to taste it.
What's the name of the show?
The Business Week Show.
The Business Week Show on Bloomberg Television, Thursday nights, 10:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Boom. Mark that. Max Abelson, thanks so much for joining us. Max is one of our top reporters at Bloomberg News, and that's saying something because everyone that comes through here from Bloomberg News is smarter than the next. I don't know where they find all these people, but some good folks. So check that out. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got world and national news.
Thanks, Paul. The war between Israel and Hamas has now claimed at least 2,200 lives, including now 22 Americans. And a ground offensive in Gaza is likely to dramatically hike those casualties. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now following through with his promise to form a unity government to help deal with the war. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern with the latest.
Clearly, this is showing that the leaders of Israel, even though they disagree deeply on a lot of political issues, you do see them rallying behind the flag. And this will be a unity government, a wartime government that is going to be focused squarely on security concerns and what Israel is calling the crushing of Hamas.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says Netanyahu has vowed the division within Israel is now over. Of course, ahead of the weekend attacks, Netanyahu's plan to overhaul the country's judiciary had split the country, with some of the largest protests in its history. Several American officials tell the New York Times Iran, a longtime supporter of Hamas, was caught off guard by the group's attack on Israel. The paper reports, based on the intelligence, there is no evidence Iran directly helped plan the attack. U.S. officials are reportedly continuing their investigation, though, and admit they may turn up evidence showing Iran or other states were directly involved. Meanwhile, the fighting rages on in Ukraine, and today Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky made a surprise visit to NATO headquarters, where defense ministers are meeting. He's asking for additional aid as the war closes in on its 600th day.
No one can say for sure how many more days we will have to defend our independence and to defend our identity.
Zelensky says they need air defense systems and artillery. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg as we await the start of trading on Birkenstock. It is indicated to open at between $39 and $41 a share, at least 11% below its IPO price of $46. After the deal price near the midpoint of a marketed range, this offering raised $1.48 billion. It is the third biggest American IPO of the year, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. When we start seeing those first trades on Birkenstock, we will pass them along to you. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading mixed right now. Stocks halted a rebound from oversold levels as traders await more clues about the outlook for Fed policy. Oil is falling after that early week surge. West Texas Intermediate crude down now by 1.7%, 84.52 a barrel. S&P lower, little change, down 3 points, down less than 0.1%. The Dow down 50, a decline of 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 29, up by about 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.58%. The 2-year 4.98%. ExxonMobil buying Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion. The super major's largest takeover in more than 2 decades, as it seeks to become a dominant producer of shale oil. Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management, and right here on Bloomberg Markets, she told us you cannot ignore what is happening with crude.
Often when we see a geopolitical event outside the U.S., the main transmission mechanism by which it starts to affect global markets is through oil, right? So we saw this particularly in Ukraine when Russia invaded, now conflict in the Middle East. And so I think that's the biggest immediate concern in terms of the impact on the U.S. economy. And so far, markets have really been largely shrugging it off.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Tape podcast. Yes, you can download it wherever you get your podcasts. ExxonMobil shares, they're lower now by 4.7%. Pioneer Natural up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6% to 84.54 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. All right, I pushed in the IN ticker for the Bloomberg Global Index browser. You kind of see what's happening in the fixed income space in terms of returns this year. It ain't good. High yield, that's positive return this year, but everything else, mortgage-backed securities, the U.S. aggregate index, governments, credits, treasuries, all negative here. And remember last year, which was the mother of all terrible performance years for not just equities, but fixed income as well. So we started off strong in fixed income with the returns, but giving them up recently. Let's get a reset here. What we're looking at in the fixed income space. Noah Wise, he's a senior portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments. So Noah, the year started off pretty well for the fixed income folks, but the last few months have been a kind of tough here. Give us a reset of kind of where we are in the fixed income world.
Yeah, Paul, Matt, thank you for having me on, and I guess buckle up your Birkenstocks here. The market's definitely sending some mixed messages and certainly challenging in fixed income. We're in a situation, right, where it started off pretty good in the first quarter, like you said. You know, there's given things up here in the last couple of quarters, and particularly in the third quarter. And we do have these mixed messages. On the one hand, things look too hot. Inflation above the Fed's target. Growth in the third quarter looks like it's going to be above trend. Unemployment at multi-decade lows. You have equities ripping, S&P, up 13 to 14% year to date. But on the other hand, it looks like things are kind of getting too cold too. Housing remains largely in a recession. The yield curve deeply inverted, although it started to disinvert here more recently, but that's not necessarily a good sign either. And a number of data prints that point to softness, particularly PMIs. A lot of sub 50 readings, not only in the U.S. but globally as well. So we think we'll talk about this as more of a Goldilocks approach to fixed income investing. Certainly a lot of challenges this year, but we think a big part of that is really the moral of the story. And we think investors need to make sure that they don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good by trying to perfectly time things, because like in Goldilocks, you might wake up and find out that it's too late.
Well, how about, I could just, after what we all experienced last year, I might not just go and buy a 2-year treasury and take my 5% and go home. What do you think about that?
Yes, well, I think that, even if you look just a couple of quarters ago, the case for that was stronger. We talked about this environment where on the one hand, things are too hot. On the other hand, it looks like things might be getting too cold. That tells us that there's more uncertainty in the market. And that matters because there's just a wider, broader distribution of possible outcomes. That tells us that you need to have less extreme positioning in your portfolio. So just loading up on 2-year treasuries or even just kind of staying in cash, that's a little bit too extreme in this market. We think that there's opportunities. It doesn't mean that you just kind of sit neutral and sit on your hands. We think that means that you want to have enough, but not too much rate exposure. But you also need enough, but not too much yield as well.
So I guess the question is, what do you think this Fed's going to do next? I mean, you can make the argument that we're at peak rates. So if we're not there, we're darn close to peak rates, and that should be bullish here.
Yeah, absolutely. And your question, why not just buy kind of a 2-year treasury and kind of sit back? And I think the Fed story here is important. In the September meeting, we got some information, basically took a couple of cuts out of their dot plot for 2024. But even just in the last week, they've been signaling that there may not be any more hikes in 2023. So you kind of put those two things together, we might be at peak front-end rates, peak cash yields. That tells us that investors really need to take this opportunity and ride the curve while they can, right? If we're experiencing peak or near peak cash yields, you need to start thinking about how are you going to lock these in for longer. And fortunately, there's actually some opportunities to do that now. And just 3 months ago, we entered the third quarter with a Bloomberg Treasury Bills Index out yielding the ag by 0.5%. Fast forward to the beginning of this quarter here, early in the fourth quarter, and that yield advantage is completely gone. So there are opportunities, right, to take a little bit of rate exposure. You don't need to be extreme on one end or extreme on the other, but there are opportunities here to take advantage of what the market has on offer.
Noah, how about credit risk here? If you're in that camp that says a soft landing, do I go out and take a look at the high yield market again? That's one of the few areas that we're showing positive returns this year.
Yeah, high yield has certainly done well so far, but this is kind of the concerns around the too cold aspect of some of the data that we're seeing out there. Recession risks are likely pushed back into 2024, but they're not gone. So really investors need to source adequate yield and income because cycles can continue to extend. But you also have to be careful not to get caught with your hands in the cookie jar. And fortunately, there's ways to do this as well. So we talk about this, right, having enough but not too much yield. We like agency mortgages. There's an ability to capture some income and yield at relatively historically attractive valuations, but also in global government bonds, particularly when you FX hedge a number of those back into U.S. dollars. But on the credit side, things are a little bit more challenging. Corporate bonds are already priced for a soft landing. So not only does that open up corporates to underperform if we have a surprise and there actually is a recessionary environment, but it also really limits their upside even if we muddle through.
Well, we're still seeing a lot of issuance, particularly in the investment grade space. Like, do you buy these new issues that have been hitting the market this year?
That's where security selection is always critical. You have to look at each individual deal, parse the language, and ultimately make a relative value assessment. So we're very active in looking at all of these new deals that come to market, see if there's a better opportunity to either increase return potential or manage downside risk through these opportunities. So that is certainly something within the fixed income world and particularly new issue corporates that can add value to portfolios over time. So we're always looking at those deals.
All right, Noah, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Noah Weiss, he is the Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments. Again, some of the smartest money managers I know are out there in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Madison, some smart folks out there. Maybe it has something to do with the school out there, the University of Wisconsin at Madison, but some good money managers out there. S&P 500 off 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.1%. So I'm going to call that kind of a directionless day kind of here. WTI crude oil is the area for some movement off 1.7%, $84.50 a barrel for WTI crude oil. We're going to keep on top of these things. This is Bloomberg. Let's get at some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Paul Birkenstock is indicated to open at $39 to $41 today, at least 11% below its initial public offering price of $46 after the deal price near the midpoint of a marketed range. The offering raised $1.48 billion. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman compared it to other IPOs.
But the fact that this price at the middle of the range is something a little bit different than we saw with the likes of Instacart or Arm or Klaviyo, which have not necessarily all performed well. We're looking at Klaviyo shares up about 16% since they started trading their IPO price, but Instacart trading still about 10% below its IPO price. The one key difference, however, is that Birkenstock has been profitable, turning a net profit of 103 million euros on revenue of 1.12 billion euros for the 9 months ended June 30th.
Birkenstock will trade under the ticker BIRK. A sign that Amazon customers are switching up their shopping habits. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams explains.
Consumers' tastes have changed. Amazon's fall sale for Prime subscribers kicking off Tuesday with price-conscious shoppers mostly snapping up deals on low-cost kitchen gadgets and apparel rather than splurging on big-ticket items. Customers spent an average of $38 during the event's first 8 hours, according to research firm Attain.
Amazon up just over 0.5%. Your next trip to Disney is going to cost you more. The company raising ticket prices at its Disneyland Resort in California by up to 9%. Now, it's also lifting annual pass prices at Walt Disney World in Florida as much as 10%, but not daily admission prices. Disney right now down about 0.5%. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets right here, the S&P is off about 0.2%. Same for the Dow. The Nasdaq ekes out just a slight gain here on the Nasdaq. The VIX sitting right here at 17.5, so north of 17. It had been below. Looking at the yield space, yields coming in. 10-year Treasury off 6 basis points, 4.59% on the 10-year, and on the commodity space, keeping an eye on WTI crude oil off 1.7%, $84.50 for West Texas crude. Right now, let's head down to Washington D.C. We'll go to Nancy Lyon for World and National News.
Thanks, Paul. The war between Israel and Hamas has already taken more than 2,200 lives, with 22 Americans now included in the total. That number is expected to escalate as the fighting expands. Bloomberg's Mark Champion says Israel is likely to launch a ground attack any day now.
They haven't given us a date or a time for when it's going to happen, but everything that they're saying suggests that it will happen, and it's going to be pretty soon. In the meantime, up in the north, you have more exchanges of missiles and airstrikes between Israel and Hezbollah.
Bloomberg's Mark Champion reporting. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is forming a unity government and war cabinet with opposition leader Benny Gantz to see the country through the war. Well, questions continue to swirl around Hamas and whether it had outside help in last weekend's attack on Israel. We get the latest on that from Bloomberg's Nathan Hager.
The militants who rule Gaza have received weapons and support from Iran for many years, but several U.S. officials tell the New York Times early intelligence suggests key Iranian leaders were caught off guard by last Saturday's Hamas invasion of Israel and did not know it was coming. The officials didn't say who specifically was surprised in Iran, but they did say they were people who would typically be aware of operations involving the Quds Force. That's the Iranian paramilitary organization that works with proxy forces like Hamas. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
House Republicans are expected to hold a speaker election today with Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, the two choices. But several Republicans say neither candidate has the 217 votes needed to win the job on the House floor. The House has been leaderless and unable to handle any normal business since a band of 8 dissident Republicans joined with Democrats last week to topple House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Matt.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at the high-yield market. Got some new issuance there. A unit of Norwegian Cruise Lines kicked off a $790 million junk bond sale to refinance debt as the cruise industry rebounds from the pandemic. Pricing discussions for the senior secured notes call for a yield in the area of 8.25%. It's a little bit tighter than the initial discussions of 8.5%. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Proceeds will be used to repay the outstanding term loan under the company's senior secured credit facility. That's according to a statement. The debt is backed by 14 of Norwegian's vessels, which also secure the company's senior secured notes due 2028. J.P. Morgan Chase is leading the deal, according to a person. Resilient demand for travel has fueled investor appetite for leisure industry debt like Norwegian's. Returns for the segment are north of 16% this year through Tuesday, compared to a 5.4% return for the broader high-yield market. That's a function of people continuing to spend money on any experiences because they were cooped up inside for so long during the pandemic. So said Jody Lurie, a credit analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Cruise lines like Norwegian issued piles of pricey debt to sustain operations at the outset of the pandemic, when a moratorium on cruise travel squashed demand almost entirely. Many are now returning to the market to slash interest costs and delay debt maturities. So we'll keep an eye on that. Norwegian Cruise Lines in the market right now. J.P. Morgan bringing a deal there, so we'll see how that prices. But that's certainly good news for Norwegian and the cruise industry looking to refinance balance sheets. Even at these higher rates, still probably better than what they did back in the onset of the pandemic when they rushed to the market to raise cash to shore up their balance sheets ahead of what they thought was going to be a shutdown. Not as long as it turned out to be. All right, markets pretty much unchanged right here. S&P off about 0.1%. Sound on with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of a new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Israeli jets strike targets in Lebanon earlier today, just hours after Israel formed a rare emergency government. The ground invasion of Gaza still at hand. We're joined this hour by Congressman Michael McCaul, the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, will be with us. We'll have insights as well from retired Marine Corps General Arnold Punaro as we gauge next steps here in this conflict. All the while, things are starting to move quickly here in Washington in the race for Speaker. We'll have the latest from Capitol Hill for you, and analysis from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. So let's get to it. As always, we turn to Wall Street to get started. An update on trading now from Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Lots going on, lots of moving parts to this market. We are awaiting the start of trading on Birkenstock. When we get word, we will pass it along. It is indicated to open at $39 to $41 a share, at least 11% below its IPO price of $46 after the deal price near the midpoint of that marketed range. And again, we are awaiting the start of trading on Birkenstock, ticker BIRK. And in the past 15 minutes, Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic said the central bank does not need to keep raising rates unless inflation's descent starts to stall. Right now, we've got the S&P little change, down 5, drop right now of 0.1%. Stocks halted a rebound from oversold levels as traders await more clues about the outlook for Fed policy. The Dow is down 65, a drop now of 0.2%, but NASDAQ, the composite index, up 18 points now, up by 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.60% with a 2-year that's yielding 5.00% on the 2-year. Spot gold up $14 the ounce to $18.74, up by about 0.8%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, $84.43 a barrel. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the Biden administration has not ruled out new sanctions against Iran in relation to renewed conflict in the Mideast, but no decisions have been made.
We have not in any way relaxed our sanctions on Iranian oil, and we have sanctions on Hamas, on Hezbollah. This is something we have been constantly looking at and using information that becomes available to tighten sanctions. We will continue to do that.
Yellen's remarks came during a press conference at the meetings of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund in Marrakesh. ExxonMobil shares are lower. Pioneer Natural Resources shares are higher. This deal is a go. Exxon agreeing to buy Pioneer Natural for $59.5 billion. ExxonMobil down 4.5%. Pioneer Natural up by 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where members of the U.S. House began their day with an all-hands briefing from the Biden administration on the situation in Israel. This started at 8:30 a.m. Washington time. Congressman Michael McCaul, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee and will join us later this hour, moderated that briefing. He spoke to reporters when he emerged, expressing deep concern about what he calls an intelligence failure.
There seems to have been a failure of intelligence as well. We're not quite sure how we missed it. We're not quite sure how Israel missed it. We know that Egypt had warned the Israelis 3 days prior that an event like this could happen. We know that this had been planned perhaps as long as a year ago.
Now, McCaul, who again will join us on the program this hour, says his other worry at the moment, beyond what he calls concerns about the fidelity of our intelligence, is the matter of escalation.
We know that Hezbollah has 100,000 rockets that would overload the Iron Dome. We know that in Syria we have ISIS. We know that Lebanon with Hezbollah. We know that Iraq has Shia proxies and Iran-backed proxies. We know Iran itself has in large part funded this and provided the weapons for it. We don't want to see escalation. We want to see this contained to Gaza. However, we're very concerned about the fidelity of our intelligence.
Now, to that end, reports earlier of sirens blaring in northern Israel. We've had some conflicting reports coming out of the aircraft had penetrated the country's airspace. That is apparently not the case. Israel just ruling out now officially an airspace infiltration in the north. We're just hearing that from the IDF. Israeli jets, according to Bloomberg, and we're reading this on the terminal here together, did strike targets in Lebanon after the militia there launched guided missiles at an army post in northern Israel, underscoring what Chairman McCall just said. Now, it appears we have breaking news coming from Capitol Hill as well. I want to be careful with this now, but things are moving quickly, as I mentioned, in the race for Speaker, coming down to Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. We are already getting reports now that Steve Scalise is going to win the Republican nomination for House Speaker. Remembering this was the vote today behind closed doors before this goes into the House chamber for a real vote in public as soon as tomorrow. The Republican conference did not want to bring that vote to the floor unless they knew the outcome. And here we are now with the first report from Axios that Steve Scalise has won the Republican nomination for House Speaker. We're going to get to General Panaro here, but I have to bring in the panel with this breaking story. Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, is with us in New York at World Headquarters. Jeannie Shanzano in New York as well. If we can get to Rick on this breaking story here, pretty remarkable speed, Rick, and a narrative that has changed incredibly quickly since this time yesterday when we thought it would take days, if not weeks. This follows a vote earlier, a vote against increasing the threshold that would be required for a candidate to win this nomination. What's your first reaction?
Yeah, I think it's amazingly quick. But the key thing is what you said, Joe, which is a rule was defeated that was offered by Chip Roy that actually win the speakership. That was defeated, opening the gates for Steve Scalise to win. He was opposed to that measure, and Jim Jordan was for it. And so it was a bit of a proxy fight. And when that did not pass, then it only required a majority of those voting at the caucus to make a recommendation. But you pointed out the key thing, Joe. This is just a recommendation. The caucus is, under its rules, required to support whoever comes out of this caucus vote, whoever gets the majority. So technically, these Republicans are going to march down to the floor probably pretty quick, take a vote, and 220 of them are going to vote for Stephen Scalise. We're not sure that's actually going to happen. Kevin McCarthy couldn't make that magic work. And so the next hurdle is the key hurdle for success to reach the speakership if you're Steve Scalise.
Remarkable. If you're just joining us on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube, we do have breaking news. Steve Scalise has won the Republican nomination to be the next speaker. That's ahead of a floor vote that has yet to be scheduled, though as we were just suggesting, it might be tomorrow, certainly as soon as tomorrow. Steve Scalise said earlier he was confident we would have a speaker by the end of the day. Jeannie, how did this change so quickly under our feet?
You know, I think the reality is that Steve Scalise has enormous institutional and organizational advantages here that Jim Jordan just simply did not have. And when that rule went down, it paved the way for him to win the majority of the caucus. And that's why Scalise's folks were whipping so hard against that rule and for support. So I think, you know, this is a positive sign, and we have to say that cautiously, that what has always mattered in the House, fundraising, the ability to whip, the ability to lead the caucus, the ability to push through an agenda. All those things matter. The key question now is, can he get the 217, 218 needed on the floor to push this through? This would be an enormous embarrassment for the Republican Party if they march down to that floor and he doesn't get the votes needed. And we are back to where we were in January with, you know, vote after vote after vote, and then him being in a position of having to strike deals like Kevin McCarthy. They need to avoid that. That is the next test for Republicans. Can he keep them in lockstep here, move this to a quick floor vote and wrap this up, be named speaker, and move forward to the business of the people?
Rick, the vote 113 to 99. What does that tell you about what Steve Scalise is in for on the floor?
He's got some work to do. I mean, he's not even close to a 218 needed to win the speakership. And so it'll be interesting to see whether or not the temporary speaker allows some time to repair and reach out across the caucus to try to work on getting to the floor with a 218 vote. Jeannie's right. I mean, this is something that Kevin McCarthy, who was considered at the top of his game, couldn't accomplish. There is a lot of pressure that exists today because of the events in Israel and the pending government shutdown if they don't pass a spending bill. So there is a lot more pressure today than there was when Kevin McCarthy tried to get the vote for himself in January of this year. So we'll see if that pressure can actually get people to come to grips with the fact that this is a dysfunctional caucus that needs to show up and actually start working, and that requires a speaker in the job, and it requires it to happen quick.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jeannie, after what we've seen from this conference, and Rick is reminding us to be careful here, a lot of things could still happen. And considering that margin and some of the shenanigans that we've seen just in the last week from Matt Gaetz and his colleagues here, I'm not ruling out anything, and I suspect that you are as well. If your name is Patrick McHenry or even Kevin McCarthy, you still see some potential opportunities here, or maybe you're fearing them, either way.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, you're absolutely right, as is Rick. We can expect potentially maybe some drama on the floor. You know, one of the interesting things from the meeting last night, both Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan said the words that apparently Matt Gaetz did not want to hear, or the other 7. We may need a CR to keep the government open past November 17th. I don't know if that's going to, you know, be any better coming out of their mouths than it was Kevin McCarthy's. But, you know, that is the type of thing that may withhold or cause them to withhold some votes. And so he does have some ground to make up here. But again, we can't stress enough the embarrassment to the Republican Party if they come to the floor and do this all over again. They need to try to hang together. You know, Democrats are going to do that. And by the way, you mentioned Kevin McCarthy. He has not made this smooth sailing for Steve Scalise. He's been flirting with the idea of potentially being open to a nomination, now pulling it back. You know, you've been talking to him. He's going back and forth on this. They've got to get their act together, and Steve Scalise really has to try to hold these folks together and move this forward. And maybe the pressure of what's going on around the world is just what they need to hang together. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see more drama when they get to the floor.
So we'll see if they get to the floor, of course, Rick. That was an interesting move to knock down the idea of raising the threshold to 217. It would have made it much more difficult for Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan to win that nomination today. What was the strategy? Brian Fitzpatrick and Chip Roy were the 2 lawmakers who wanted to change that threshold. What was the strategy there?
Yeah, the concept there was to make sausage behind closed doors. When Kevin McCarthy took 15 ballots to get to the speakership, it was because he couldn't get to that 218 number. And we got to watch it on C-SPAN. And as entertaining as it was, it made the party look in total disarray and weakened him as a speaker. So why
did Steve Scalise oppose it?
Steve Scalise opposed it because he couldn't get, in his mind, to 217. And so,
but now he's going to be blowing in the wind on the House floor potentially, like Kevin McCarthy was, right?
Hey, politics is about living to fight another day. He gets to now walk out as the choice of the Republican caucus, again, with a rule that says if you're a Republican on the floor, you're supposed to vote for that person. And sure, there may be some mopping up to do, but at a minimum, you would think he could replicate the Kevin McCarthy 210 that he got when he was challenged for Speaker. And then the question is, can he find another 8 votes? And so I did think it was really interesting that Kevin McCarthy had to walk out this morning. His people have been supporting Jim Jordan and say, "Oh no, I'm not gonna put my name in the nomination," after sort of implying yesterday they did, because everybody I talked to thought that really undercut Jordan. Jordan was sort of the guy who was going to take up the more conservative side of the McCarthy mantle, and McCarthy was lobbying a little bit against Scalise. So, I mean, this is a caucus that is still just as divided today after this vote as it was going into it. So and now the good news for us is we get to watch it all unfold on C-SPAN again.
If only we could have all the cameras we had back in January. All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana are going to stay with us here. We're painting out of a couple of buckets today, our other major story, and we didn't expect we'd have this breaker on the speaker for you. Steve Scalise winning the nomination to be Speaker, setting up a full floor vote. We've also, of course, got a rapidly developing situation in Israel. Those same lawmakers who were in the conference to vote for Steve Scalise, along with their Democratic colleagues, were briefed at 8:30 this morning. Michael McCaul, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee, is going to join us a bit later on this hour, expressed 2 major concerns when he emerged from that meeting. He was the moderator as the administration delivered the source material. Michael McCaul says it was an intelligence failure. Egypt warned Israel 3 days before this happened. Why did nothing happen? And also the potential for escalation as he points to concerns about what's happening in the north. I asked John Kirby yesterday on Bloomberg's Balance of Power about concerns of escalation with the Gerald Ford carrier strike group now steaming toward the eastern Mediterranean. Now apparently the Ike is on its way too. The USS Eisenhower reportedly also steaming in that direction. And he made very clear that America had strict guidelines on the level of involvement that we will see in Gaza. Here's what he said.
There's absolutely no intention, no plan to put American boots on the ground in this conflict in Israel. But we do have serious national security interests that we have to make sure that we have the options to protect if we need to.
The idea of escalation, though, does make us wonder when we see headlines today, Israeli jets striking targets in Lebanon after the militia there launched guided missiles at an army post in northern Israel. There were reports of another incursion in the air to the north that Israel said did not pan out to be true. Let's bring in Arnold Panaro, the retired 2-star Marine Corps Major General, is back with us on Bloomberg, former staff director of the Senate Armed Services Committee, author of the book, The Ever-Shrinking Fight Force. General, it's great to see you, and we welcome you back. I wonder if you share those same concerns as Chairman McCaul as we prepare for a ground invasion in Gaza.
Well, Joe, I certainly do. And Chairman McCaul is one of the most capable, most thoughtful, most insightful national security leaders we have in the Congress. And let me just start, though, by saying I identify with the tremendous insights that Rick and Jeannie just gave you. And one of the reasons why it's so important to get a speaker as quickly as possible is Congress has not passed any of the funding bills. Our Department of Defense, the Ford Carrier Strike Group, the Ike Strike Group, they're operating under a continuing resolution. At last year's level, the Pentagon is losing over $3 billion a month in purchasing power. The world is in flames. We have a war in Europe. We have a war in the Middle East. We have Xi Jinping threatening Taiwan, and the Congress hasn't passed. And now we're worried about another CR, and we've got to fund Israel. The United States needs to basically do whatever it takes politically, diplomatically, financially, and frankly, militarily, to basically protect the state of Israel. And frankly, I'm really disappointed in Kirby, who I have great respect for. You never take anything off the table militarily. And if Lebanon and Iran try to escalate, the United States should make it very clear. And I think one of the reasons we have a carrier battle group in the Eastern Med is so that if they try something, they will pay severe consequences. And so while you may not certainly want boots on the ground, we certainly have a lot of capability if Iran or Hezbollah or Syria or anybody else starts stirring the pot But Chairman McCall is legitimately and should be concerned. But I think would be some counters to that. Over.
Well, talk to me more about that. The idea of projecting American power with a carrier strike group is not unique. But in this case, are we providing command and control operations? Are we actually standing by fueling up fighter jets in case something happens here? This is clearly not an air war yet.
Well, look, we have tremendous command and control in the Middle East because we've been operating in the Middle East for years. We've had, air command and control through many wars and through many operations. We've got that now. We've got major base operations there. So we have command and control capability for our forces. And we certainly are in a position to share needed information with our allies and partners like Israel. So, there was some additional capability. Frank Kendall, the Secretary of the Air Force, in a public session at the Atlantic Council yesterday, mentioned that we're maintaining a beefed up presence with fighter and other command and control elements in the Middle East. So the United States is doing the right thing, putting more force on in the area.
When you hear that the Ike is now steaming that way as well, we're talking about 2 carrier groups here, General. This is an enormous amount of firepower we're sending to that part of the world. When you start looking at the long game here, does it point to Iran?
Well, certainly, I think, you don't need to have access to highly classified information to understand that Iran has basically organized, trained, and equipped Hamas, not just in the last couple of months, not just in the last year, but for decades. Certainly Hezbollah and certainly the Houthis and other terrorist groups. So Iran is at the root cause of all these problems. And frankly, they've gotten to the point now where they've got over 90%. Some people say close to 95% enriched uranium. We're going to have to deal with Iran at some point. And so they are the basically root cause of all of the issues going on right now with Hamas.
Jake Sullivan at the White House, a national security advisor, says the U.S. does not have specific information linking Iran to this attack. Chairman McCall did make that reference earlier, and he made a similar point that you did. If you're a citizen of the world, you're aware of this relationship, and he's calling on the administration to, quote unquote, refreeze the $6 billion that were part of this prisoner swap. How important will it be, General, for the White House, for the administration to provide evidence, or the government of Israel for that matter, to provide evidence to show that link between Hamas, Iran, and this attack?
Well, I probably may be in a minority, but I don't think it's important at all. Everybody knows Iran's behind this. They've been going after the United States since they took our hostages when Jimmy Carter was president. We know that they're the most malign actor. We know they have huge surpluses because of the sale of oil, which was supposed to be sanctioned, but the sanctions haven't operated. I'd take that $6 billion and I'd give it to Israel. Iran shouldn't get that money. Refreeze it. Hell, give it to Israel. Put it in the supplemental.
Let's talk about the supplemental. It looks like it could be a combination of funding for Israel, for Ukraine, for the border, and for Taiwan. Does that slow things down in your mind? Should there be a more direct approach?
Well, I certainly would be in favor of packaging it all in one, but I know there are a lot of people that on the Hill, and I track the Hill as Rick and Jeannie do, that don't want to do that. Yep. But look, the number one thing right now is we have got to get what Israel needs to basically wipe Hamas off the face of the earth. So that's job one. We also need to ensure that Putin does not succeed in Ukraine. We need to deter Xi Jinping vis-a-vis Taiwan. And we need to secure our own borders. Look at what happened in Israel over the weekend when their borders were not secure. Whether it can package it all up in one big lump sum, that certainly would be the right way to do it. But the Congress has not shown me in recent years or recent months that they have their act together on anything. The Congress is about as broken as I've ever seen it. It's ridiculous that we're talking about more CRs and the world's on flame. So Congress needs to get off their duff and do their job.
Well, I'll tell you what, last time you were here, we were talking about Tommy Tuberville's blockade against military promotions. Now we're talking about a world without a speaker, which will need to change if any of this money is going to be appropriated. General, we spent some time this week talking about the DIB, the Defense Industrial Base, and concerns about even if monies are appropriated, weapon systems are ordered for the likes of Israel, Ukraine, and here in the U.S. in terms of replenishment, that we can't simply make the stuff fast enough. What does the White House, what does Congress do about it?
Well, Joe, unfortunately, the situation is that our defense industrial base, which was consolidated after Secretary of Defense Bill Perry had the Last Supper, and the way the DoD structured their buying habits, our industry has been consolidated, and we don't have sufficient industrial capacity to support our own national defense strategy, either the one that was put in place by Trump or the one that's in place now under Biden, which is relatively unchanged from what Secretary of Defense Mattis put in place. We don't have that capacity. We've got to build that capacity. It takes time to build that capacity, and it takes an effort by the White House and the Pentagon. I would say on a positive note here, Bill LaPlante, the Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment, the Assistant Secretary for Industrial Base Policy, Dr. Laura Taylor-Colley, they're working on a new industrial policy, a new industrial strategy. And I think we in the industry have been in touch with them. I think that we are prepared to make the kind of investments that are needed as long as the demand signal is there, and it's going to be continuous. You can't basically call up industry one day and say, hey, look, you got to build some more 155 artillery shells, but we're only going to give you a contract for 3 months or 6 months or even a year. I mean, if you want to build the kind of capacity we need to implement the national defense strategy, but also to basically support our allies and our partners, Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, that's a multi-year effort. And the Congress, I think, is very supportive of that. They've added one of the tremendous advantages we have vis-a-vis China is our submarine force. Congress has added money for that and improving the industrial base there. But this is not something that's going to be sorted out and settled in the next couple of months. But having said that, they've got to pass this supplemental for Ukraine and for Israel and get these things under contract, and we will produce them as fast as we can.
We're going to be talking in just a moment with Congressman Michael McCaul, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, is going to be joining us as he's just emerging from this meeting to nominate another speaker. General Pinaro, next time we talk, whether this is in weeks from now, maybe a month from now, are we going to be talking about a wider conflict, an escalating conflict in Israel?
That's certainly a possibility. I mean, no one can predict. I mean, look, the one thing we all know is war is totally unpredictable and the enemy gets a vote. I think if the United States is very firm and has the support of our allies, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, the major NATO partners, and we basically say to the people that would escalate, which is basically Iran, Hezbollah, and others like that, you escalate, basically, you're going to pay some severe consequences. I don't think we'll be talking about a wider war. And certainly, if we don't provide the kind of implements of war that Israel needs to take care of Hamas in Gaza, and by the way, that's going to be a very, very difficult conduct. Operations in built-up areas, Clausewitz has said is one of the most difficult operations. It favors the defender, which is Hamas. It's going to be bloody. It's going to take a long time. But Israel has no option but to do it to basically keep the state of Israel to survive.
General, it's great to have you, and I appreciate your insights today. Never one to mince words. Arnold Pinaro, retired two-star Marine Corps general, who spent time as staff director of the Senate Armed Services Committee. We're going to be speaking with the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee in a moment as we prepare to make a connection with Congressman Michael McCaul, who spoke earlier, as we mentioned at the top of this hour, about the intelligence failure that apparently came before this attack in Israel last weekend. Here's how he put it.
There seems to have been a failure of intelligence as well. We're not quite sure how we missed it. We're not quite sure how Israel missed it. We know that Egypt had warned the Israelis 3 days prior that an event like this could happen. We know that this had been planned perhaps as long as a year ago.
Let's bring back our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, both joining us from New York today. Rick's at World Headquarters, and I wonder, Rick, if this, in fact, is true, and this becomes part of the narrative here over what happened. I know there's going to be an after-action report, and there's time for that, but this could indicate much greater concerns about what might happen next. If Israel did not respond to that information from Egypt for 3 days, what else could be coming?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we can learn a lot from our own experience with 9/11, systemic failure throughout the government organizations that weren't communicating with one another. When they saw indications, they weren't heeded. We heard from the congressman about how there was evidence that Egypt had given a heads up to the Israelis 3 days out that there was something afoot. What happened with that information? Where did it go? The parallels to 9/11 are really quite stark. You could even go back to World War II and say the parallels to the attack on Pearl Harbor mimic some of this, as far as like not heeding the indications that you had coming across your channels of intelligence. So yes, absolutely, but that is not going to happen anytime soon, because there's a shooting war going on right now. Israel is trying to defend its territory, and they've converted basically into a war cabinet, and right now they have the primary function of protecting the lives of Israelis and rooting out terrorists who have attacked their country, and that will take precedence over any look back on intelligence.
How worried are you about a wider conflict, Jeannie? Obviously, this is an area of the world that could see this moving in several directions. We were looking at the north, of course, where Hezbollah is located, but the involvement of Iran and the presence of this battle carrier group have some folks worried. What's your concern?
Yeah, it is an enormous concern, and we have heard a lot of speculation. The general was just talking to you about the role of Iran. You know, we haven't gotten evidence yet that they were directly involved, but certainly they bear responsibility, and there may be evidence to come. And this issue of the expansion of this war, potentially, Hezbollah, which is an arm of Iran, do they get involved? They have the capacity to do that. If they do, are they directed by Iran? Those are all enormous challenges. We heard the president speak about that and warn, do not escalate this thing, do not get involved. So an enormous concern. And if there is evidence forthcoming, we've heard speculation about Iran, not just as the Wall Street Journal was reporting, playing a role and okaying it from Beirut, but potentially having people on the ground. That is going to change what happens vis-a-vis the United States relationship with Iran, and certainly the Biden administration's policy. And of course, it could escalate this thing in a way that none of us thought possible a week ago. So enormously concerning all around.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. If you're with us on YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News if you want to join us here and see some of the images that we're watching from Israel. Seeing the Iron Dome in effect has been remarkable for a lot of folks, Rick. It really brings home just from a different perspective, the type of hardware and the type of threats that we're talking about here. I know a lot of rockets got through the Iron Dome, but there's a 90% something success rate here, and it's been incredibly effective at saving many lives.
That's right, Joe. I mean, the Iron Dome is a real facet of defense. Technology generated in Israel on radars and targeting, coupled with missiles made by Raytheon in the United States, is a very potent defense mechanism. But as you say, you can't just pick off everything. The strategy that Hamas and Hezbollah have used in the last week to overwhelm the Iron Dome has been somewhat successful. We're reminded by other experts you've had on this call that Hezbollah is sitting on 100,000 rockets. It's probably the greatest threat that's facing the homeland in Israel right now because of their ability to overwhelm the Iron Dome. So resupplying the Iron Dome, making sure that these rockets are available to the Israelis, who are using an enormous amount of weaponry to defend their country, is really critical. And that gets us back to Washington, the dysfunction, and whether or not this country is prepared to start acting like a world leader and not a world follower.
Well, that's right. And once that happens, assuming that we figure this out here in Washington, Jeannie, there's going to be a massive request for funding. Lawmakers are reportedly preparing for at least a $2 billion supplemental request to begin with for Israel. But the reporting now is that it would be attached to Ukraine funding to try to unlock some votes from maybe some Republican House members who are not big fans of funding Ukraine, and it might be added to Taiwan funding and border security funding. Does that sound like a bill that could pass this Washington now?
It's very difficult to say, and this is a huge challenge. I mean, hopefully once we get a speaker going forward, if they do couple it with any of those, what you described, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the border, the more you couple, the more complicated this gets. And the need from both the perspective of Ukraine and Israel are real. The need at our border is real. And so this is going to be an enormous challenge for whoever is leading the House. And I do think we should give credit to President Biden for his unequivocal and strong statement yesterday, and hope that whoever the new speaker is, if we get one today or tomorrow, that they are as unequivocal in their support, and whatever needs to be done with this funding, it is moved through swiftly, because the president had a very strong statement to make about where the United States should be vis-a-vis Israel. And the House needs to follow through on that, as does the Senate, as it pertains to both their rhetoric and the funding that is needed.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, one thing that will apparently not wait for this funding to be settled is the ground invasion of Gaza. And it's something that we spoke about last evening on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV with Leon Panetta, of course, the former CIA director, former Secretary of Defense. Here's what he said.
The problem is that it's basically house-to-house fighting once you get into Gaza. And so it could be a heavy price. But on the other hand, I think it is very clear that Israel has made the decision that they have got to crush Hamas.
I don't know when this invasion is going to begin, Rick, but there are also questions about hostages and whether that invasion will take place even if they have not been secured. Obviously, Hamas, we've heard this from the administration, plans to use them as human shields. What do you think?
Sure. That is one of the biggest considerations that are going through the Israeli high command right now is, what do they do? What is the policy going to be related to the hostages? They are trying to reduce down through the bombing campaign that's currently going on in Gaza the number of tunnels that exist. I mean, Gaza is basically what you see is not what you get. There are hundreds of miles of tunnels that have been built inside of Gaza to protect the combatants and their secrets from being able to see them from the air, satellites, or even be able to find them when you're on the ground. And so it's a much more complicated thing than even just going door to door. The tunnels are where the likelihood is that they've stored and captured civilians, the hostages, and how you find them, how you root them out is almost an unthinkable task. And then you combine that with what is the policy going to be? Are you going to enter into a negotiation to try and free the hostages before a ground campaign starts? These are all very difficult questions for the new war cabinet that are meeting now and trying to determine what a campaign is going to look like. And then you got to answer the question, what happens afterwards? You launch a ground campaign into Gaza and you destroy basically the means of supporting life for 2.5 million people in a very tight space. What are you going to do about that afterwards? And that will be an incredibly difficult question to answer.
This is something, Jeannie. Should the Biden administration be more forceful, be more aggressive on the matter of hostages? Joe Biden spoke again today with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he told us that there are American citizens likely being held in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, he said that yesterday. They've been in direct communication. We do know that behind the scenes, they're doing everything they can to get the Americans who are potentially held hostage there, but also the Israelis and other foreign nationals. It is critically important. And it does, as you and Rick were just talking about, complicate what Israel has in plan and in store on the ground, certainly. And let's not forget, we have those hostages potentially used as human shields. The president mentioned Palestinians being used as human shields. We know that the State Department is trying to work with Egypt to see if there can be safe passage out of Gaza for any Palestinian civilians. It is very, very complicated in this environment. But I do think the president was very strong in his statement yesterday. Hamas is a terrorist organization akin to ISIS. What did we do with ISIS? We wiped it out, and we ensured that the rest of the world did. Or at least we attempted to as best we could. And that is a clear indication that we are given the go-ahead and the support for Israel to do the same. And what happens with the hostages and the innocent civilians over there has got to be the utmost concern as they move forward with that part of the plan.
Mm-hmm. Spending time with Rick and Jeannie as we prepare to speak with Congressman Michael McCall from Capitol Hill. This is becoming an issue on the campaign trail, as it surely would, Rick. And I was really struck by the words of Senator Tim Scott. I'm not sure how he can justify what he said today at the Hudson Institute. I'll let you listen and respond. Here's the senator from South Carolina.
So while Hamas carried out these attacks, Joe Biden has blood on his hands. His weakness invited the attack. His cash giveaways to Iran helped fund terrorism. And after the attack, his administration suggested that Israel just stand down. It's a disgrace.
I'm not sure anyone ever used the word stand down. In fact, why don't we listen to what President Biden said about Hamas and this attack yesterday?
This was an act of sheer evil. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have.
Rick, I think the analysis around this time yesterday was it was a pretty forceful speech from Joe Biden. What's Tim Scott talking about?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the rantings of a man who has let his campaign go to seed, has been sort of bypassed by other contenders in the same lane that he's in, notably his former governor from South Carolina, Nikki Haley, and a man who has been criticized for not actually being aggressive enough on the campaign trail. So sadly, you know, you're sitting around trying to figure out how you get back in the game. You come up with some kind of piercing statement like this that throws the president under the bus at a time when there's already an enormous amount of political chaos in Washington, and you try and resurrect a failing campaign off of it. I think it's very disappointing, and it's not the person that I know.
What do you think, Jeannie? Should the president have to defend a remark like that? I suspect we're going to hear more of it.
You know, I thought it was pretty shameful on the senator's part to say that. Maybe he was too busy on the campaign trail to listen very carefully to what Joe Biden had to say yesterday. He came out just after 2. He was resolute. He was forceful. There was no good afternoon. He was talking about the atrocities that had been committed. He said, "We stand with Israel" 4 times. It was one of the most morally clear statements we have heard out of a U.S. president vis-a-vis an attack like this on Israel. So I think the senator needs to go back and listen. He seems to be parroting talking points that people have been spouting online rather than listening to what the administration and particularly the president has said. So it was a particularly troublesome statement for his to make, and he should walk it back. And Joe Biden has nothing to explain about what he's done. It is fair to say, I disagree on your policy towards Iran, say. Maybe once we get more evidence, we need to rethink that, or I would as president. But to hit Joe Biden in that way is just, it's unacceptable, and he needs to rethink this, and he should issue a statement walking that back.
Well, this is difficult stuff. The issues we're talking about here do not come easily, and you're going to hear things that you don't like and you don't necessarily agree with, and that's part of it, which is why we're busy here trying to get to the truth for you on Bloomberg. And we'll continue to with our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's been a while. We want to bring you up to date on Wall Street trading now. Let's get back to world headquarters in New York. Charlie Pellet has an eye on the market. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, we are at the lows of the day right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red, an 11-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down 0.3%. Moments ago, Birkenstock shares started trading, and they are now down by 11.5%. Birkenstock shares opened below their price in the company's $1.48 billion IPO in a debut that could cool what had been a fledgling rebound in U.S. listings. But again, Birkenstock up and running, but the stock now down 11.5%. I mentioned the S&P lower by 11 points at 4346. That is a drop of 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 111, lower now by 0.3%. And NASDAQ just about at the lows of the day since our last update. NASDAQ is now in the red, down 7 points, a decline there of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.61% right now, with a 2-year that's yielding 5.01%. So the 2-year now at 5.01%. Gold down $11.50 the ounce to $18.71, up by about 0.6%. Cannot ignore crude oil. Another move lower today, $84.13 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude, down 2.1%. Barrel of Brent, the global benchmark, down 1.5%, $86.35. All of this as ExxonMobil agrees to buy Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion, the supermajor's largest takeover in more than 2 decades, as it seeks to become the dominant producer of shale oil. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg Sound On with 2 major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes, and we've spent the hour discussing them with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano as we now prepare to add the voice of Congressman Michael McCaul. For starters, a breaker here on Bloomberg this hour, Steve Scalise has been nominated to be the next Republican Speaker of the House. This was the vote that took place behind closed doors that will lead to, at least eventually, a floor vote that would codify this. And there are reports that that could happen as soon as today, even though some expected it originally to be on Wednesday. We're also following the bead on Israel here with constant updates. There was concern about an infiltration in the north earlier. The Israelis have clarified that to not be the case. But there was an all-hands briefing in the House by the administration earlier today, and moderating that briefing was the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who joins us right now from Capitol Hill, Congressman Michael McCaul. We welcome you back, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, and I know you're having a very busy day here. If I could start with the matter of Israel. You said some important things to reporters in your briefing when you emerged, beginning with the fact that the Egyptians gave intelligence to Israel 3 days before the attack that apparently was not acted upon. Do we know why?
We don't. We don't even know at what levels the intelligence was shared. But, you know, I think my concern is if we miss this one, they've been planning, Hamas had been planning this for over a year, and we missed it. And if we miss that, then what about Hezbollah? What about ISIS in Syria? What about what Iran is still doing behind the scenes, or the Shia Iran proxies? It made me question our intelligence capabilities here. I think our biggest fear, Joe, is an escalation where I think the fear has always been that if Hamas hit from the south and then Hezbollah hit with 100,000 rockets from the north, they would overload the Iron Dome and destroy Israel. And so I think that is what most of us are concerned about right now, is the escalation that could take place, and how good is our intelligence with respect to that. And then finally, what is our force projection in the region for deterrence purposes to avoid that kind of conflict?
Well, we know the Gerald Ford carrier strike group is on its way to the eastern Mediterranean. There are reports now that the USS Eisenhower is also on its way. Mr. Chairman, do you know if the Ike is going in the same direction?
Yes, I believe they're headed towards the Mediterranean, and I think that's a good showing of force. Again, I think the goal here is to contain Hamas in Gaza. And that's going to be a huge effort on the part of the IDF to have to go in after the bombing of their command and control, and then go house to clear the terrorists out and also rescue the hostages that they're using as human shields. But we cannot afford, again, the scenario of Hezbollah in Lebanon coming in or other radical terrorist organizations. So I applaud the administration for that forced projection of these two. We have aircraft carriers and battleships now in the region. We think that will provide deterrence.
Mr. Chairman, we spoke with John Kirby at the White House about the role that the Jerry Ford carrier group might play in the region. He indicated that it would be, that is a deterrent, he said, and that it would be effectively command and control. But there have been others who've suggested the need for, and I think you may have spoken to this, the need for U.S. Special Forces to help find hostages, specifically American hostages in Gaza. Is that going to happen?
I know that we're coordinating with the IDF. They take the lead. We can provide assistance. We can provide the arms. We can provide the training, if you will. Our special forces did this in Iraq for many years, like in Fallujah in 2004, and we're quite frankly the best at doing this. And I know the FBI hostage rescue team has been tapped into as well, because we have American hostages now. We don't have a definitive answer, but we know about 20 Americans are missing, and we don't know where they are. I would speculate, and I normally don't, but I'm sure we have hostages now in the Gaza, and I think getting those Americans out is our #1 priority.
Admiral Kirby also said the U.S. is now set to send additional arms aid to Israel in the coming days. Congressman, how much can we send now without actually bringing a supplemental budget request to the floor?
That's a great question. I authorized $3.3 billion in foreign military financing to Israel. So far, $420 million of that has been appropriated by Congress. So that can be made available. Also, there is a presidential drawdown authority, and that's about $100 million that he can use to send weapons. What they need right now are the interceptors for the Iron Dome. They need the precision-guided missiles, and they need the 155 ammunition stockpiles. According to the administration, they have that right now. But this is why it's so critical for us to elect a speaker today, because we cannot move on the House floor until we have a speaker. And this is a very dangerous time, obviously. It was dangerous enough with Putin in Ukraine, Chairman Xi in Taiwan, the Pacific, and now we got the Middle East flaring up again.
Well, let's talk about the speaker, Chairman McCall. You had a pretty interesting meeting early on today. A lot of people didn't think this was going to happen, but Steve Scalise has been nominated to be the next Republican speaker. Did you vote for him?
I did. I can't tell you. It was secret ballot, so I can't tell you by how much, but I think right now the opposing factions are trying to work this out so that when we go to the floor, we get the requisite 217 votes necessary to elect a speaker, not designee, but the Speaker of the House. And then we can take control of the House. Scalise told me the first bill he plans to put on the floor is my resolution, co-sponsored by 400 members of Congress, by the way, very bipartisan, condemning Hamas and showing support for Israel.
I saw that. 400 co-sponsors. Yourself and Ranking Member Meeks brought forth the resolution. Will that be the first order of business once there is a speaker?
It will. And I talked to Steve Scalise about this. He said, I want your bill to be the very first bill on the floor after we elect him as the permanent speaker. And I hope we can do that today, because it's a message from the American people through their representatives that we do support Israel. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. We do support Israel and the American people through their representatives. And I think the rest of the world needs to hear that from the Congress.
Yeah. Well, how does this going to work from here then? Do we see a vote today on the next speaker? Some reports are suggesting this could be within hours.
It could be as early as 3 o'clock is what, my information is. Wow. Again, I think we're working with the two factions, if you will, the Jordan camp and the Scalise camp, to make sure that when we go to the floor, we don't have the scenario we had last time with McCarthy where you have 15 ballots. That doesn't demonstrate strength, that demonstrates dysfunction and weakness. So I think it's very important we hold together and that we put this on the floor when we know we have the 217. We have enough drama right now, not only in Washington, but in the Middle East and in Ukraine and in the Pacific. So I hope we get to that number and we get it done today.
Boy, that would be remarkable and prove a lot of people wrong, Mr. Chairman. What about the 8 so-called troublemakers in your Republican conference? What's different now from last week?
It's a very good question. And that is going to be the will of the conference to get them to break. We don't have to have all 8 of them to get to 217, but we need a few of them. And I think that's going to be the critical mass point here is getting some of those 8 votes to move over to unify as a conference. This is not good for the Republican Party if we can't unify, but it's not good for the American people either, especially at the dangerous time that we're in right now. What I said to my conference was that we cannot afford this anymore. Let's be grown-ups in the room. Let's get a speaker in the chair, and let's do the business of the people and stop messing around with politics. You know, as we're seeing across the world, it is getting more and more dangerous, and we need to pass that supplemental. And if we don't have a speaker, then we can't do that.
I'd like to finish there with you, Mr. Chairman. The idea of a supplemental request for Israel now being combined with that for Ukraine, Taiwan, and border security. Will that be the vehicle for all of these? They move together.
I know there are discussions. I've talked to OMB, the director, about this. And I know that the thinking is to put all these emergency items together. And we have many foreign policy, crises going on simultaneously. And that would be Israel. It would also be Ukraine. It would also be Taiwan. And I think the thing my party wants the most would be border security funding in this bill. I do think there are enough Democrats now that want to secure the border, given what we've seen recently, and especially with the migrants now that have come to New York, and it's impacting every state in the nation. So I think there's a stronger appetite on the Democrat side now for funding for border security. I think that's going to be a demand from the Republicans that will have to be in this aid package.
What does Israel need most first?
Well, they need our resolution showing absolute support from the American people. They need the interceptors to replenish the Iron Dome. They need the precision-guided missiles, which will save civilian lives, ammunition. They also need our people there that can help them go house to house in this. What's going to be, Joe, it's not going to end in days. It may not end in weeks. This operation in Gaza, I think the American people need to understand, it could take months for them to do this. And what I worry about is the narrative shifting from Israel being the victim to Israel being the perpetrator as they go into Gaza to rescue the hostages that are there and also take out the terrorists. And I hope people will remember what happened last Saturday. You know, I was in a kibbutz last year with Speaker McCarthy, then Speaker McCarthy, in a kibbutz on the border of Gaza, the closest one to Gaza. And they gave us a tour. They showed us a daycare center, their alarm system. At that time, 4,500 rockets had come out from Gaza into that community. I got reporting that they slaughtered not only all the adults in that community, but they went into the daycare center and killed the children and actually beheaded some of the babies. And the videos I've been receiving, Joe, absolutely grotesque. Even seeing 2 to 3 year old children in animal cages, treated like dogs. This is evil, pure evil, as the president said, and we need to stand together against it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time today, sharing your thoughts on a lot of stories here from the Speaker to Israel. He is chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas. We thank you for the time. I do want to make clear that Bloomberg News cannot verify the accuracy of any of the videos that we're seeing, these horrid videos on social media that many of you are seeing as well. We know that they are there, but they are not part of our reporting. If you want to see verified information, you can always find it on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com and right here as well on Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. As we move on, Kaylee Lines will join the conversation coming up next. We have a nominee to be Speaker. No one thought we'd be saying that today. Will Hurd, the former Republican presidential candidate, will join us straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of a new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We have a nominee for Speaker. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as Steve Scalise wins the nomination unexpectedly today in the U.S. House, setting up a full floor vote on the man who will hold the gavel. There's also reporting now Jim Jordan is on his way to meet with him. This is a story that could develop again today as we also see headlines, the president speaking with Benjamin Netanyahu to again pledge U.S. support and preparing to send munitions and military aid to Israel. We're going to talk this hour with Will Hurd, the former congressman, former Republican presidential candidate, former CIA officer, will weigh in on the intelligence failures here and the future of the Republican conference in the House. We'll compare notes later with Bloomberg Washington senior editor Wendy Benjaminson and with Laura Davison for her view from Capitol Hill. Let's get going on Wall Street, though. We start, as always, with an update on trading from Charlie Pellin. Hey,
thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Lots of moving parts, a lot of big, important stories going on out of New York and Washington today. This is why you got to keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the very latest. Right now, we are getting the latest FOMC minutes, and they all showed agreement that the Fed can proceed carefully among some of the other headlines right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Fed officials generally saw risks to goals as more two-sided, and those Fed minutes show that all agreed the Federal Reserve, quote, can proceed carefully. Right to the bond market, 10-year yield now 4.61%, with a 2-year that's yielding 5.01%. Equity markets continue to trade mixed. We are off session lows on the S&P, down 2 points right now, a drop of 0.1%. Dow Industrials in the red as well, down 52, drop there of 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index higher now by 25 points, up by about 0.3%. Spot gold up $12 the ounce to $18.72. That is a gain of 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%. 84.09 for a barrel of WTI. We do have Birkenstock shares up and running, and the stock is lower. First day out, Birkenstock now down by 10%. Had gone out at 46, had hoped to go out at 46 a share. Right now, 41.37 on Birkenstock, a drop right now of 10.1%. Stocks have halted a rebound from oversold levels as traders await more clues on the outlook for Fed policy. Oil fell after an early week surge. ExxonMobil leading losses in energy shares after agreeing to buy Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion. ExxonMobil Capital down 4.3%, and Pioneer Natural up now by 1%. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says a soft landing for the U.S. economy is not a sure thing, but it is the most likely path.
I'm not saying that a soft landing is an absolutely sure thing, but I do continue to think it's the most likely path. But are there risks to this outcome? Of course there are, and global shocks are among them.
And the Treasury Secretary spoke during a news conference at the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank in Marrakesh. Again, repeating our top story at this hour, Fed policymakers agreed last month that policy should remain restrictive for some time to keep cooling down inflation, while noting risks had become more balanced. Birkenstock shares down 10%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, Charlie Pellet. Thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lines. And we have news. This is not what we thought we were going to be talking about this time yesterday. We've been saying that a lot lately. How about we get to this via the tweet, and I still call them tweets, from Thomas Massey. I feel like it illustrates everything. Thanks to producer James for this. Thomas Massey tweets, surprises are for little kids at birthday parties, not Congress. So I let Scalise know in person he does not have my vote on the floor because he has not articulated a viable plan for avoiding an omnibus. Steve Scalise, what we're trying to say here is, has been nominated to be the next speaker.
Yeah, nominated by a majority of the Republican conference members who were present at the secret ballot earlier today. That does not mean, though, Joe, that he has secured the 217 votes he will need to actually get the speaker's gavel. Clearly, he has not secured Thomas Massey's.
Right.
Happy birthday, Steve Scalise.
Is it his birthday?
No.
Oh, I love that. Well, he needs over 100 more. He got 113, right? So now Bloomberg is reporting that Jim Jordan is racing to meet with Steve Scalise. We're going to have a little deal here, maybe? Is that why we care about that?
Well, this is the question. Is it just about the speaker, or is it about what the contours of the rest of the Republican leadership is going to look like under a potential Speaker Scalise?
Yeah.
I just wonder
So Majority Leader Jordan is where you're going.
Potentially, or another leadership position. Maybe that could be enough to placate those members of the Republican conference who had supported Jim Jordan, who frankly, a handful of them say they still will vote for Jordan on the floor, not Steve Scalise. It makes me wonder what kind of backroom dealing perhaps could be done to help shore up Whitmore votes for Steve Scalise.
Yeah, it's interesting. They knocked down this idea of raising the threshold on the nomination. That was something that Scalise wanted knocked down. It was done for him. He's got the nomination now, but we have no reason to believe this is going to be transferable on the floor. Michael McCall was just with us. The chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says as early as an hour from now, they could be having that floor vote, 3 p.m. Washington time.
A lot of work to do between now and then. If
That's why this
case.
meeting is key here.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Kaylee. We did hear from Steve Scalise as he walked into this closed-door meeting. Here's what his tone sounded like.
The first order of business under Speaker Steve Scalise is going to bring a strong resolution expressing support for Israel. We've got a very bipartisan bill, the McCall-Meeks resolution, ready to go right away to express our support for Israel. We've got to get back to work. Today we're going to do that.
Today we're going to do that. He may do that. Chairman McCall also let us know that the first order of business, and he did discuss this with Leader Scalise, would be to bring his resolution to the floor condemning the actions of Hamas and support for Israel. That would then, of course, be followed by an ask for money, the supplemental request that we've been talking so much about.
Yeah, and we're awaiting more detail on what exactly that supplemental could look like from the Biden administration. But to your point, Joe, there is a lot of work that they would like to see get done.
Yes.
They still have a few steps yet to take in order to get to a place where they can get some of that work done.
Yeah.
You need a Speaker of the House.
Including
Scalise would need the gavel in hand.
Right. We're going to start using that swear word again. Things like CR, omnibus, things that cause small insurrections. This is where we begin with Will Hurd, the former Republican presidential candidate, former congressman from Texas, and former CIA officer, is with us now on Bloomberg Sound On. Congressman, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg. It's good to have you here. I'd like to start with the matter of Israel and your experience, not only as a member of Congress, but also a CIA officer. Chairman McCall brought forth the matter of an intelligence failure. We've heard about this quite a bit since last weekend. He said the Egyptians gave intelligence to Israel that could have prevented this attack 3 days before it happened. Why do you think they did not respond?
Well, I think the Israelis has questioned whether the information was valid. I haven't seen a confirmation of that, but ultimately this was attacks that have been planning probably months, if not years, in the works. And so, part of it was that Hamas went real low tech. They weren't using smartphones and technology. They were doing some 2G related stuff. When it came to the day of the attack, they basically just used bulldozers and went through certain areas that people weren't prepared for that kind of activity. But this is something that I know the Israeli government is looking into now. But it's just getting even more complicated. You have Hezbollah. It seems to be getting into this fight. The fact that you have the UAE, the Emiratis telling the Syrians to stay out of this. We live in a complicated world, and we always have to be prepared for things that we don't necessarily plan for. And that goes to the United States as well. And that's why I think Congress and the House specifically, all these jokers that are trying to prevent Steve Scalise from becoming the next speaker, need to get in line, make sure we get a leader of the House so we can do things like pass a DOD budget. The Senate needs to be passing, ambassadors and folks within DOD because we need to have be at full strength for what's going to be coming in the next weeks and months.
So, Congressman, just to double down on that, your message to your former colleagues in the Republican conference in the House is get in line, vote for Steve Scalise. That's what you'd be telling them today?
Yeah, look, there's I don't know if it's still 8, but the people that are holding out, what's your idea, right? They think, come on, Tom Massey, put forward what your plan is. If you think you can do it better, put your name forward and be speaker. And my, so yeah, they need to, they think they're smarter than everybody else. They're holding out for issues that they already get access to. The fact that people want to say, oh, we don't want an omnibus. Well, where were they in the last 6 months when the appropriations bills was moving through committee? They were the ones that were preventing a vote on the rule that brings some of these appropriations bills to the floor. So yes, I would tell the folks that are currently holding out, we need it's the rest of the world is watching. Americans are watching. There's a lot of problems that people are dealing with here, and our allies are dealing around the world. And we need to make sure we have a legislative branch that actually is functioning.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Apparently, the first order of business will be a resolution regarding Israel and then an ask for funding. Do you think this is a smart move, combining Israeli funding with Ukrainian funding, border security funding, and Taiwan? Or is this what's wrong with Washington, as some might suggest?
Well, look, I am a opponent of having the 12 appropriations bills, having them come through committee, having the committee debate these, right? Like that's the process. But now with, I think we're less than 30 days now for the next cliff of interim funding running out. You also can't run, a large business like the American government. We're Fortune 0. You would be the largest company in the world, and having DOD not be able to make decisions from a long-term planning is a problem. We hear about these issues of ammunition problem, right? If we're helping the Ukrainians and we're helping the Israelis, we got to make sure that we have enough, and we need to be having long-term plans in place to ensure that we don't have a munitions problem if this conflict increases, or in order to protect ourselves. So that's where I think we should go. But I keep saying this over and over, that the world is only getting more dangerous, and Hezbollah being in place and playing now is potentially going to make this more complicated. We need to be putting sanctions back on the Iranians, because the Iranians are obviously obviously involved in some form or fashion here. And so these are the steps that we need to be taking in order to protect Americans, but also our allies. We can't do this by ourselves. And guess what? The rest of the world is watching. The Chinese government is trying to blame the current crisis in Israel on the United States, which is absolutely ridiculous. And but having these dumb food fights in Washington that happen almost every 6 months is a waste of everybody's time.
Well, as you talk about the world being dangerous and potentially expanding, we are just getting some headlines out from Admiral John Kirby, who, of course, is a spokesman for the NSC, saying there's no sign of a new actor trying to widen the Israel conflict yet. And yet, when we think about where we began this conversation, Congressman, about the intelligence failures, how can we be so sure we wouldn't miss an escalation of some kind?
The head of the IRGC Quds Force was in the region months ago, meeting with all these actors that are involved now. The fact that you're seeing the same tactics, techniques, and procedures used by Hezbollah that Hamas did over on Saturday is an indication right there that there is a level of coordination. These two groups would not have done this level of activity without a tacit approval from their masters, which is ultimately Iran. And this is the problem that the Biden administration is playing, like this notion that they're trying to not, make Iran out to be the bad guy. The Iranian government is not going to change its spots. They have been lying to and misleading the international community for over 30 years. They have been killing innocent people for over 30 years. They killed their own people that are protesting. And so this notion that hey, there's not a smoking gun, that the Iranians are behind it. The fact that you had the leader of, in essence, the combination of Iranian special forces and intelligence meeting with senior leaders of these groups that did this attack, we call that smoke.
I have to ask you about the campaign that you just left, and I'm sure that you're going through some interesting emotions having come off the trail here, but you did endorse Nikki Haley. Will Hurd, I wonder your thoughts on how she can close the gap, if that's even possible, with Donald Trump, who's leading her anywhere from 50 to 60 points, depending on the polls. I know she's emerging as a real contender for number 2 here, but Donald Trump won't even be on the stage again at this next debate, and no one seems to be able to lay a glove on him.
Well, he's not going to be on the debates because he's afraid to debate, and he's afraid to have people come at him. And ultimately, one of the things that Nikki Haley has right now is she has momentum. She has a great grassroots game on the ground in places like Iowa and New Hampshire. Yes, Donald Trump is the leader of the pack right now, but Donald Trump being the Republican nominee is not inevitable. And one of the reasons that Nikki Haley is building momentum is she's trying to make sure America is focused on the most important issues. That's national security, border security, our economy, education. And imagine, with this complicated world that we've just been talking about for the last couple of years, I want someone who can go in on day one and deal with these issues. I don't want people that are in their 80s having to deal with this or are completely unpredictable. And that's why, as I wanted to be the nominee, but that's why I'm proud to ultimately support Ambassador Haley, because I think she has the tools and the momentum to put a dent. We have a long way to go before voting happens, but it's important that we start consolidating between Halloween and Thanksgiving, because this is a critical time in these campaigns, and we can't make the same mistakes that we made in 2016.
Congressman, we only have 30 seconds left, but what does it signal to you that former President Trump said he endorsed Jim Jordan for the Speaker's nomination and he didn't get it?
Well, Donald Trump is not the kingmaker that he thinks he is, and that there's a lot of people that are sick and tired of his baggage and recognize that the last time Donald Trump won was in 2016. He lost the Senate in 2018. He lost the House in 2020, and he's bringing the red wave from happening. And this is not going to change.
Glad to have you back with us, Will Hurd. Don't be a stranger. The former congressman, former CIA officer, and former Republican presidential candidate with us today on Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lyons. Breaking news on the Speaker next. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Birkenstock stumbles in its first day out. Birkenstock holding shares open trading 11% below their price in the company's $1.48 billion initial public offering in a debut that could cool what had been a fledgling rebound in U.S. listings. Birkenstock right now down by 9.8%. Stocks have paired losses. Indeed, we have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ both higher as traders wade through minutes of the Fed's September meeting for clues on the policy outlook. Oil fell after an early week surge. West Texas Intermediate crude now down 2.5%, 83.76 a barrel on WTI. Gold up 0.6%, 18.71 the ounce. 10-year yield 4.60% with a 2-year that's now yielding 5.01%. S&P up 1 point, little change, but green right now. We have got the Dow down 41, decline of 0.1%. And NASDAQ up 39. That is a gain of 0.3%. Microsoft's rehashed $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard is set to avoid another European Union probe, paving the way for closing of the gaming industry's biggest ever deal as soon as British antitrust regulators give expected approval in coming days. Microsoft up 0.8%. Activision Blizzard up by 0.2%. The deal is happening. ExxonMobil buying Pioneer Natural. ExxonMobil down 4.2%. Pioneer Natural up by 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Keely Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We have breaking news on the race for Speaker. If you've been with us since we took air about 90 minutes ago, you've been following along. We have a nominee. That's how this all began around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Steve Scalise, nominated by his Republican colleagues, at least some of them in the House. Not enough to actually win the speakership, though, and it's still unclear exactly when this is going to go to the floor. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, along with Kaylee Lines. We do have an important development since then, though, Kaylee, because, of course, we had Scalise and Jim Jordan. Yeah. And it appears Jim Jordan is now in Camp Scalise.
Yeah, we know that Jordan and Scalise met in the Capitol just a short time ago, and now, per Congressman Jordan's spokesperson, we understand that what Jordan offered was to give the nominating speech for Scalise on the floor.
Amazing.
That seems like a real unity move.
That would be the move.
You'd think would be a signal for all of those who had endorsed Jordan and voted for him in this closed door secret ballot session today to get behind Scalise and get the House of Speaker.
Now, we know there are some lawmakers, maybe many members of the Republican conference, who are not on board with Scalise. He got 113 out of 221 votes. Tom Massey says he's not on board on Twitter.
Marjorie
Taylor Greene is not on board. He can afford 4, I guess.
Yep.
At this point, we need 217 to actually get the job. And it must be a flurry behind closed doors right now with Steve Scalise, a master at whipping votes, trying to get everybody on board here. Maybe it's already done. It could be done.
Yeah, and we're waiting to find out. And of course, the timing is still very much a question mark at this point. We're getting reports from CNN that there will not be a vote on actually electing a speaker this afternoon. We're going to have to wait and obviously get the final call on that. But it just kind of speaks to the fact that there's still some whipping to do around this. By no means has Scalise firmly sealed the deal yet.
Yeah, nobody's going in front of the C-SPAN cameras until this is settled. We spoke earlier in the broadcast, about a half an hour ago, with Michael McCaul, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who briefed all the members earlier today on the situation in Israel. He said that a vote could come as soon as 3 p.m., which would be 35 minutes from now. But if the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee doesn't know, it's clear that this is a very fluid situation. Yes, absolutely. So we should talk to Wendy about it and see what she's got. She's actually been on the news desk until about 2 seconds ago. Wendy Benjaminson, Washington, senior editor here at Bloomberg. It's good to see you. This is shifting beneath our feet. We're going to have a speaker by the end of the day?
Your guess is as good as mine, Joe, from everything you and Kelly were just saying, and from what's happening up there. I mean, Jim Jordan says he's going to nominate him. There are people saying they aren't going to vote for them. I think having the vote is probably something Scalise wants, because let's just wrap this up and move on. I do think they may be being pressured, one, by the impression the U.S. is getting that these guys may not be fit to govern, that there's kind of a clown car atmosphere around all of this since they ousted McCarthy, while there are some very, very serious issues going on, not the least of which is the war in Israel and the spending fight that needs to happen before November 17th when it shuts down again. But there are already people complaining about the vote at 3 o'clock, saying that doesn't give us enough time. We don't know who we're going to vote for. So the House, as is typical, may recess and come back tomorrow and try it again.
Okay. Well, and it's worth noting, they at least a decent chunk of them tried to get themselves more time to do this behind closed doors.
Yeah.
That rules change proposal that got tabled earlier today, but would have raised the threshold to make sure that 217 was secure before it got to the floor.
Well, I bet Scalise is pretty happy that rules change got blocked.
Yeah. Right,
because
he got 113.
He's got a ways to go to lock this up.
But what that means, though, Wendy, is that to your point about kind of the public perception and, clown show, whatever, they might have to go through many rounds publicly on the floor in front of the American people and the rest of the world again if he doesn't secure 217 in advance.
That's right. And the next thing that will happen, as I can be pretty certain, is that Donald Trump, who endorsed Jim Jordan, will start complaining about Steve Scalise, will harden some of the people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tom Massey against Scalise, and really help smooth things out.
Yeah. We talked to Rick Davis about that last hour, and he, because the idea that Scalise wouldn't want that threshold raised and expose himself to potential embarrassment on the floor. He said it's politics. The only rule is to live to fight another day. And so here he is now. Maybe that does take place behind closed doors. Jim Jordan might be the key to that. But we're still not sure where all the 8 members stand. Matt Gaetz is in Scalise's camp, right? Based on what you saw on Twitter.
Scalise greater than McCarthy was the tweet. But he had said, and he told you and Anne Marie on Balance of Power, Joe, that he would be fine with either.
Sure.
That either Jordan or Scalise was better in his mind than Kevin McCarthy.
Well, so is Kevin McCarthy drinking something expensive tonight? Is this idea of a unity candidate gone? A unity speaker?
You mean him being unity speaker?
Named Kevin McCarthy.
It may be. I mean, I think his idea when he said yesterday, don't nominate me today or tomorrow, meaning yesterday or today at this point, I think he was thinking he could come in and be the knight in shining armor on a white horse and save the day.
Miss me
at
yet?
the end. Yes, exactly. But maybe he doesn't need to. I think, honestly, I think Kevin McCarthy's interest is in this coming together because they will, this will hurt their chances to hold a majority even a year from now if this sort of shenanigans keep going on. And there are some serious issues, as I said, that need to be addressed. And I think they all realize that.
Well, and given those issues, which there is a bipartisan call for the issue of Israel to be addressed, for Congress to pass a resolution condemning Hamas or do whatever needs to be done in terms of approving additional aid. Could we see, knowing that urgency, Democrats do something we wouldn't expect them to?
I don't think so.
Or is that just...
I don't think so this time. I think perhaps if this were a 9/11 situation, and God forbid it would be a 9/11 situation, I think if it were something on American soil involving more Americans, maybe at that extreme would they do something. But right now, they're going to put up Hakeem Jeffries as their nominee. Then Steve Scalise will probably be the nominee that the Republicans put up. And then Jeffries won't have enough votes. Scalise may have not have enough votes. And then we're back to the January show all over again.
The January show. That could be on Netflix. I feel like it would be a big hit.
Lots of seasons.
A number of years, actually.
Larry David directed. So we, as I mentioned, heard from Chairman McCall, Michael McCall, Republican from Texas. He's got a lot of influence in the conference. And he's got his eyes on the 8 who caused this. Here's what he told us.
And I think that's going to be the critical mass point here is getting some of those 8 votes to move over to unify as a conference. This is not good for the Republican Party if we can't unify, but it's not good for the American people either, especially at the dangerous time that we're in right now. What I said to my conference was that we cannot afford this anymore. Let's be grown-ups in the room. Let's get a speaker in the chair, and let's do the business of the people and stop messing around with politics.
I suspect he might have more colorful language for someone like Matt Gaetz in person, but you can hear the concern in the chairman's voice.
Absolutely. You can hear his concern. And we heard it from Larry Hogan, the former Maryland governor, who we had in yesterday in the Bloomberg newsroom, to say, called Matt Gaetz a cancer on Congress. This is really, he is not.
On the record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is not the most popular guy in the House right now for causing all of these problems in an election year where they do want to look like grown-ups in the room. It's just so funny that we keep coming back to that phrase, the grown-up in the room. I mean, McCarthy said it a couple of weeks ago, and we keep coming back to that. And, you know, being a House member, as Governor Hogan said, means more than a social media clever quip.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and that's one unpopular guy in the Republican conference. Another at this moment is Congressman George Santos, who is now facing an expulsion resolution after a superseding indictment yesterday.
That he was stealing donors' identities. That's the charge, right?
I mean, how long does he have in this House, do you think?
I think we should get out the watch and start looking at this. I think right now, if they can get past the speaker nonsense, there will be a vote to expel him. I mean, it's his own delegation that put up the motion
from the
to
state
expel
of New York.
him. Yeah. So they want to stay in power. Remember, that's what drives politicians, right? Mm-hmm. Staying in power. Mm-hmm. And if you have someone who is dragging the whole group down, then they're going to chuck him out.
Even if it makes the math even more difficult.
That's true.
For a thin Republican
And
majority.
I think a Republican has already announced that he or she, I don't remember who it is, will run for Santos's seat, even though that's kind of a Democratic area of Long Island.
Right.
But we'll see.
We saw the Swazi campaign announcement as well. That'll be an interesting race, no matter who it is. Wendy, great to have you as always. Wendy Benjaminson from the newsroom here at Bloomberg. She'll be back to running the terminal now that we're letting her go. Let's get up to date on world and national news now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Republican members of the House have nominated Steve Scalise as their new speaker. Scalise, currently House Majority Leader, spoke after coming out of a closed-door meeting where he emerged as the favorite.
First, I want to thank my House Republican colleagues for just designating me as the speaker. Obviously, we still have work to do. We're going to have to go upstairs on the House floor and resolve this and then get the House opened again. We have a lot of work to do.
It's unclear when a House Speaker vote will happen. CNN is reporting it will not be today. Scalise's main rival for the job, Jim Jordan, has offered to make a nominating speech on the floor for Scalise. The war between Israel and Hamas has claimed at least 2,200 lives, including 22 Americans, and a ground offensive in Gaza is likely to dramatically hike casualties. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now following through with his promise to form a unity government to help deal with the war. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern with the latest.
Clearly, this is showing that the leaders of Israel, even though they disagree deeply on a lot of political issues, you do see them rallying behind the flag. And this will be a unity government, a wartime government that is going to be focused squarely on security concerns and what Israel is calling the crushing of Hamas.
Again, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in about 120 countries.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story, and Goldman Sachs has agreed to sell its Green Sky unit to a consortium led by Sixth Street Partners. The deal is expected to close early next year. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Goldman, by the way, will be taking a 19 cents per share hit to third quarter earnings. Goldman shares are lower now by 0.7%. But again, Goldman strikes a deal to sell its Green Sky unit to Sixth Street Group. It is a down day for the Dow, an up day now for both the S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ Composite Index. Stocks are wavering as traders wade through the minutes of the Federal Reserve's September meeting for clues about the policy outlook ahead of a key inflation report. Oil fell after an early week surge. We begin with West Texas. Intermediate crude down today by 2.5%, 83.81 on WTI. We've got the 10-year now yielding 4.59%, with a 2-year 5.00%. S&P 500 index up 4 points, a gain of 0.1%. The Dow down 13, a decline there of less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index is up 52, a gain of 0.4%. Again, 10-year yield right now 4.60%. The Federal Reserve has issued the minutes of last month's policy meeting, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The minutes show Fed officials agreed that interest rates should remain high for some time to fight inflation. The minutes also indicated inflation has moderated a bit. There's not as much risk to the U.S. economy. The central bank held the U.S. benchmark interest rate steady at a more than 2-decade high at the September meeting. In more recent public comments, Fed officials have indicated they support maintaining a restrictive monetary policy. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Briefly, Birkenstock, first day of trading down 11.4%, now at $40.77. Went out of the gate, was scheduled to go out of the gate at $46, but again, Birkenstock down now by 11.2%. ExxonMobil is buying Pioneer Natural. ExxonMobil shares down 4.4%, Pioneer Natural up by 1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Keely Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
The fastest show in politics with the message from the House today: cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. As Jim Jordan agrees to put Steve Scalise's name into nomination, if you just woke up, a lot has changed since we spoke this time yesterday. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. And Steve Scalise is now nominated to be the next Republican Speaker. He doesn't have the votes to become Republican Speaker, but enough to be what he referred to himself as the designate.
Right. 113, the number of votes he got in this closed-door secret ballot meeting of Republicans earlier today. That's enough to get him the nomination. But we know that 113 is well short of what he needs to actually get the gavel.
Yeah. We did hear from him, by the way. He emerged, Steve Scalise, Majority Leader, maybe the next Speaker, to thank his colleagues and talk about the business of the House once this is all done. Here he is.
First, I want to thank my House Republican colleagues for just designating me as the Speaker. Obviously, we still have work to do. We're going to have to go upstairs on the House floor and resolve this and then get the House opened again. We have a lot of work to do, not just in the House for the people of this country, but we see how dangerous of a world it is and how things can change so quickly. We need to make sure we're sending a message to people all throughout the world that the House is open and doing the people's business, making sure that we're unequivocally standing in our first resolution that we pass under Speaker Steve Scalise will be to make it clear that we stand with Israel.
Okay. Does it sound like a speaker to you? He's referring to the McCall bill. Chairman McCall was with us last hour. He and Ranking Member Meeks are up with a resolution to condemn the Hamas attack, support Israel, and that would precede any vote on a supplemental budget. But we need a speaker before any of that happens.
Right. There's a step one here.
We're not there yet. He says we're going upstairs like they're going to vote now. We don't know when the vote is going to take place.
No, at first we were hearing that 3 p.m. today was the target. It seems that now may be unlikely, considering it's just 15 minutes away.
Yeah, right.
So we really don't know if this vote could happen today or if it's going to be later on this week. The timeline remains incredibly fuzzy at this point.
Well, let's see what Laura Davison has up her sleeve. She's the one running the coverage that we're all benefiting from on the terminal. Bloomberg Politics editor. Laura, great to see you. More likely than not that this bleeds into tomorrow or another day. It's making up 100 votes.
Highly
It's going to take some time.
Highly likely. They had this vote. They scheduled it. But remember, Scalise basically only got half the votes of Republicans in Congress. You know, Jim Jordan, he just narrowly beat him out. He had 99 votes, and then there were a couple other votes for a couple other folks. And you still have, coming out of this meeting, Republicans were not united at all. They said, you have some people saying, look, I will support the guy who got the nomination from our party, Steve Scalise, but you had other members saying, nope, I want Jordan, or I want McCarthy, or I want somebody else. And remember, they had a chance this morning. They voted on this potential rule change that would allow them to do all of this in private. They voted that rule change down, which means that all of this will happen in public on the House floor, much like it did, 8-9 months ago when McCarthy was being elected the first time. That's great for us, as journalists, as well as the public, because we get to see this happening. But Republicans are a little less enthused because it means that all of their dirty laundry will be on air.
Yeah.
But how much has changed by what seems to be a move from Jordan to coalesce more support around Scalise? This idea of Jordan being the one to give the nomination speech on the floor. Theoretically, that would help bring some of those 99 along, right?
And it will. It'll bring, probably dozens of those 99. But remember, Scalise can really only lose, 3 or 4 members. There were 8 that got rid of McCarthy. Scalise is seen as a very close ally of McCarthy. He's been his number 2 in Congress, in leadership with him for a long time. So this is going to be a very drawn-out battle, whether that draws out, just to tomorrow or even, beyond next week. Last night we even heard from lawmakers as they were coming out of meetings saying there was a 2% chance it would be resolved today, and that looks to be pretty prescient.
Well, to what extent does this come down to the few who fired Kevin McCarthy, Matt Gaetz, and others, although he's apparently set to vote for Steve Scalise, as opposed to that 100-vote block that Steve Scalise needs to chip away at? Is it a matter of unlocking a few that brings the many, or is this going to be a full-time whipping operation going through the conference all night?
Jordan coming along will get you, my whip counting is not great, but he'll get you, a good chunk, of the vast majority of that 99. But it's going to be, as we saw with McCarthy, when he was first elected, there were 20 people initially. And I think that's probably about the math that we're looking at this time and you've got to then go to those people one by one, offer them concessions, and potentially you end up in a similar scenario where you have a weak speaker who has given up a lot of concessions, and we could be right back at this game in, another couple months.
Well, we know how concessions worked for Kevin McCarthy, and Kevin McCarthy is no longer the Speaker of the House. When we talk about, I don't know if this would count as concessions, but what about the contours of the rest of leadership, who the majority leader could be, who the whip might become, depending on who becomes the majority leader? I'm thinking of Tom Emmer here. There's other names in the mix as well. I believe Kevin Hearn said he was going to go for majority leader today. How much does that matter when members are casting their vote for Speaker?
It matters some, because some members, particularly if they have strong relationships with other members, are saying, okay, who is in the whip's chair? Who's the majority leader? The majority leader is the person that sets the calendar, all the stuff that goes on the House floor. That's what the majority leader's job is. So they're making some calculations based on, are these people that I like and that I trust and I want in those jobs? But it's a little bit like voting for vice president. You're looking at the top of the ticket, and that's really what matters.
Yeah, wow.
It's a good analogy.
We'll see how long this takes. It's clearly not going to be as soon as some were hoping. But it would be kind of amazing, Kaylee, if this did land on Wednesday, since that was the plan all along, and people laughed at that idea. They said it might take weeks before we would know.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have been talking that up on this show.
We
this
might
could
have
be
said
a
that ourselves.
protracted battle.
Exactly.
Who knows how long? I mean, granted, we still don't know. It still could take a while.
Patrick McHenry's the happiest guy in Washington now, though, right?
You know what?
You take the weight off my shoulders. Don't look at me.
He's got one job. He's, just needs to get through this, and whether it's a couple days or a couple weeks, and then he can go back to the House Financial Services Committee, which he loves.
I'm going to be looking for the spotted columns to find out where Kevin McCarthy had steak and wine tonight with Patrick McHenry. Laura, you can help us get this information. Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, thank you for humoring me and my terrible sense of humor. I'm Joe Matthew along with Kaylee Lines. We'll figure this out at some point. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. First day of trading for Birkenstock. Went out at $46 a share. Was scheduled to go out at that number, but right now we've got Birkenstock at $40.56. Birkenstock down by 11.9%. ExxonMobil is buying Pioneer Natural Resources for $59.5 billion, the super major's largest takeover in more than 2 decades, as it seeks to become the dominant producer of shale oil. Here's ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods in a conversation this morning with Bloomberg.
So we've always said if we're going to do a deal like this, we've got to find a proposition where the sum is greater than each of the parts, or the total is greater than the sum of each of the parts. And so it's really been focused around how do we drive unique value and value that we can then bring to Pioneer and its employees and its assets to make that combination bigger than the sum of the parts.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, it is a almost $60 billion deal. ExxonMobil down 4.2%. Pioneer Natural up by 1.1%. J.P. Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo will all be kicking off the earnings season Friday, with the biggest American banks poised to write off more bad loans than they have since the early days of the pandemic, as higher for longer interest rates and a potential economic downturn put borrowers in a bind. first day out again for Birkenstock, shares down 11.8%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Boy, never a dull moment. Think of what we have learned since we took air here live from Washington. Steve Scalise nominated to be Republican Speaker. Jim Jordan coming across to shake hands and offer his nominating speech. Will come at some point with a floor vote whenever they get there. And I haven't even mentioned Israel yet. That's why we do world and national news. We bring you up to date now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. What do you have, Nancy?
Joe, it has been a busy hour. House Republicans are a step closer to finding a speaker. Today, during a closed-door meeting, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise emerged as the favorite. He spoke with reporters coming out of that meeting.
Our first resolution that we pass under Speaker Steve Scalise will be to make it clear that we stand with Israel. The McCall-Meeks resolution will be our first order of business.
The resolution Scalise is referring to condemns Hamas for its attack and reiterates U.S. support for Israel. A floor vote on the speaker is not expected until tomorrow at the earliest. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel to show U.S. support for Israel's war with Hamas. Blinken spoke with reporters before boarding the plane.
When I'm in Israel, I'll have the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Herzog, other senior officials. I look forward to seeing our embassy team as well that's been doing terrific work during these difficult days. We're determined to make sure that Israel gets everything it needs to defend itself, to provide for the security of its people.
Blinken says one of his top priorities will be to work on freeing any American hostages who may still be held by Hamas. The White House has launched a new push against junk fees.
Hidden or bogus fees that are tacked on to apartment and car rentals, hotel bookings, and more are the target of a proposed Federal Trade Commission rule that would require businesses to reveal the actual prices of their services up front. President Biden announcing the rule says of junk fees,
It's wrong. It's just taking advantage of people.
and without realizing it, Biden says
Folks can end up paying as much as 20% more because of hidden junk fees than they would have paid if they could see the full price up front.
if the rule is adopted, companies that do not comply would face fines. In Washington, I'm Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe and Kaylee.
Okay, Nancy, thanks. The walls may be closing in on the gentleman from New York, Long Island, George Santos. Kaylee, there's a new move by a group of congressmen from New York, his colleagues, to have him thrown out of the House. This is not the first time we've heard this, but they're going for it, it looks like.
Right, because he was hit with a superseding indictment yesterday, a boatload of other criminal charges, 10 new counts of credit card fraud and falsification related to his 2022 campaign fundraising. So another legal blow, and now it seems like it's leading to this renewed chorus within now the Republican caucus to get this guy out of the conference and potentially out of Congress. But of course, none of this can actually proceed until there's a new speaker.
Well, that's a good point. He says himself, no one knows how an expulsion vote would come out. He didn't even know about the charges, it seems, when reporters caught up with him in the hall. He was coming out of that Republican conference meeting in which you could not have phones, right?
Yeah.
And he was on his phone. He was acting like he was talking while he was walking real fast. He got the whole group behind him here. Let's listen.
Of the American public, will you resign?
What you guys are talking about? No, I will not. Excuse me. You will not resign.
They said that you stole people's identities. Did you steal people's identities? Did you commit identity
Are you still going to vote in the speaker's election?
What do you have to say to your
constituents? I will not. I have no comment. I was in conference like everyone else without my phone, so I have nothing to talk about.
I was in conference like everyone else without my phone.
Yeah.
He then went to the office, slammed the door, left everybody outside waiting for donuts. But it's getting to be a lot more difficult to be George Santos in Washington.
Absolutely. And of course, he was asked there, as we heard by reporters, will you resign? There's been calls from his resignation before. Now the issue maybe will be forced. Maybe he won't get a chance.
It's possible. So what does he do after Congress? Do we know?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm going with Dancing with the Stars.
Well, he's going to have to go to court first.
That would be Stars.
Well, he's going to have to go to court first.
That would be, I guess, after
Right.
potential incarceration, depending on how this all pans out. Dancing with the Stars. I'm sticking with it. Kaylee, I'll meet you later on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Wednesday, October 11th, 2023. Jess Mitten here, along with my co-host Molly Smith, economics editor at Bloomberg News. We're here live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. They're going to return tomorrow live from Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles, California, to discuss and debate the future of cinema, AI's potential impact on Hollywood, and much more. But Molly, looking at today's trade, especially because since you cover economics, on the back of these Fed minutes that we got just about an hour ago, I mean, aren't they more backward looking, considering we've heard from a number of speakers in recent weeks that have kind of given that tone as how, especially what we've seen in yields, oil prices, stronger dollar there, even though we've seen them come back a little bit, that potentially the outlook for that meeting at the end of this month, and obviously the decision on November 1st would be maybe a bit different than what some of these minutes are indicating.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's why, I always like to joke that it's kind of funny that we make such a big news deal of the minutes,
right?
But it's funny because this literally happened a month ago.
Right.
And all that you just mentioned that has happened since then with the surge in bond yields,